blocks, you see some black paint, some furniture wax, my glue gun, of course a brush and some glue sticks. So these are a little bit the main pieces we probably will need, because I always love to show you a base so you can decorate and do anything with it you like, because I don't have to fill it in for you, because you have your own decor and your own unique ideas. So I'm just give you always most of the time the base. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to start with the base of our crate. We are going to make first a row of 8 blocks like this, and we are going to glue them together, just the sides like this. So it's very simple and easy, just a row of 8, because that's the measurement of my blocks. I don't know exactly if you have the same measurements. I will show you right now. I hope you can see it on here. Mine is 7 centimeters by 2.3 and then the blocks are 1 centimeter thick, so they are mine are 7 centimeters long. So I don't know if you have the same blocks like me. Of course, you probably have different sizes like yards and that kind of thing, but you can easily translate it in Google and see what 7 centimeters is. Of course, but maybe you also already know what 7 centimeters is. So I don't know, but at least mine are 7. So this is already number 6, like this. This is 1, and again remove the glue again, and number 7, like this, and number 8, the last one. It will be the start of the back side of the base of the crate, like this. You see, this is already 8 blocks in a row, and this will be the first base under. Now we're going to make from 4 blocks like this. We are going to make a square, so we do some on top, and we are going to place this one against each other like this, squeeze it and press it down like this. And now we're going to do not this way, but we're going to do it this way. So we do 1 on top again, like here, and we're going to place it against here and try to get it as straight as you can, because then this block is fitting better. But of course, you're always depending on a little bit how your block sizes are, because sometimes they really change. Some over here and a little bit on the tops over here. And you see already I need a glue stick. Always when I'm busy, I need some glue like this. Then we just squeeze it and press it in. And I show you now that we have a nice simple square like this. It's very easy to make, and we are going to make only 4 of them. So it is very easy to do. And of course, lay it in between like this, squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to take the other one like this. And again, you have to take a little bit your time for it, because your squares will be a lot nicer if you take a little bit of your time, because you don't want to have squares which are not great to see, because it's the back side and you will see it. And like this, and squeeze it and press it down like this. And this is number 2 already, so we only need 2 to go. And like I always say, if you're bored and you don't want to see how I make those stupid maybe in your head stupid little squares, just go over and just skip forward. I understand, but of course I hope you stay. And this is already, and if you have also DIYs you made from tumbling tower blocks, I hope you take a little bit of your time and just mail them to us, so Dyanne and I also can see what you make. We are always loving to see what you make. So of course Lourdes already showed us how her fireplace. She made a beautiful fireplace from tumbling tower blocks, and she already sent us a mail and just show it to us. So it was so fun to see that she made the fireplace. And now we're going to do the last one on top like this. And now we only need the last block, and this will be this one, and on this side like this, and this will be number 4. So we already have a piece of the back side, the middle piece of the back side of our crate. And you see already, I see some glue, and remove it immediately, because later on when we work with it, it won't be a nice side. So this will be the underside, this will be the tops like this. And of course I have to change it up because I want to have it in a different angle like this. And this one will be over here, and this one will be over here. So now we need the top. But first I'm going to glue this together. I have to look if the blocks are not totally out of line like this. Now I'm going to do some glue like this. And of course I use this glue, but you can also use some wood glue. I am still looking for wood glue which is drying very fast, so I can easily work with it, because on camera you don't have time to let you wait. I already let you wait so long because my DIYs are always a little bit longer than probably with someone else, but bear with me. So like this, and I'm going to glue this one and this one against each other. Of course, place it in between like this, and I'm going to do, of course, the underside of this one, and squeeze it and press it together like this. And you see already, now we already have the first base of the back side of our planter, greenery box, just how you call it. And you see I already have lots of glue on the back side over here, but that's normal, and you just work it very easily away like this. So now we're going to do the top, and that will be the top of a little bit what's looking like a house. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take, if I am measured out correctly, it will be 3 like this. So I'm placing it apart. I'm going to do, of course, on the top some glue like this, place it against each other, squeeze it, and I'm going to do the third one like this, squeeze it and press it down like this. And of course make way for your glue. What I'm going to do, I'm going to need 2 of them, and now I'm going to glue them together, because we want to have it look like a house like this. And it looks a little bit more like houses we have here in Amsterdam, which are always looking like a little stair like this. And of course you can also do a half piece with it, so I show it to you because I also have a box with half pieces. You see, you can also take a half piece, and then you can make it even a little bit more, and then do a 2 piece. Then you, of course, your roof is a little bit nice to see. I think I'm going also for this one, so I'm going to do a half piece on top of here like this, and I'm going to glue it, of course, on this side, and I'm doing some glue over here like this, and I'm going to try to get it as even as I can, and like this. This is already a first part, and of course I did it on this side, and I was thinking I probably should have done it in the middle, so you have on each side a bigger one and a smaller in the middle. But I already glued it, so don't make the mistakes I do. That's why you watch me. I make the mistakes for you, and you can do it the right way, so you have a nice piece. Now we're going to do 2 pieces together like this, and we are going to glue this one to each other like this. and we are going to place it again in the middle like this. And then you also would have seen that the middle would be nicer to see, but I will paint mine so that doesn't matter. So you see this already first by piece. And now what we still can do, I have to look if I have a little bit of a better block like this. And now I'm going to probably go for this one. I can even make it a little bit longer, but I'm going to do it now this way because I have this one over here and I'm going for this one over here. So I'm going to do some glue on this one. I'm going to place it on one block, and then we can even make our roof a little bit wider, and we are going to place this one like this, and again in the middle, so you get a nice stair on the sideways, so like here. And now we get the one blocker, the one blocker of course, the tumbling tile block, the one. We are going to place them also in the middle like this. And now we still need a topper, and this will be this one. And he's only, if you look right, he's a little bit out of line, so I'm going to look for a different one because I really like that he is a little bit more the same. I hope this one, this is not totally straight also. I probably had my glasses on. Like this one is better. And of course I'm an old lady, that's why I use glasses. Yes, and this one is fitting also like this. And now we have our own little roof for our planter, and I am really loving it, especially because he's totally like a stair like this, and it looks a lot, like I said, like houses here we have here in Amsterdam. So if you all sometimes here in the Netherlands and you have the time, go visit Amsterdam because it's a beautiful, beautiful city. What we're going to do, I'm going to take my glue away so I won't have like this. I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to glue my top of my thing over here. So it's already a big one. I see already. So like this. Now I'm going to glue the top of our frame like this. And of course it takes a little of your time, and now we're going to glue it exactly in the middle like this, and I'm going to keep it in place for a little second until everything is dried up, and I can squeeze it off my placemat like this. And this is already how it's looking like. I am looking for how I can see it in totally over here. Maybe this side, yeah, this better. But now you see it sideways. At least this way. This is already the back side of a planter. Now we're going to make the planter for in front. For the bottom of the crate we will use in front, we make 2 pieces of 3 like this. This is 1 and a number 2. And we already have one of our blocks. Now we're going to do a second one like this, and the last block and like this, and again like this. And of course it always takes a little of your time to work it away. Now we're going to glue the parts together like this and squeeze it and press it down like this. And this is already a first part of our bottom, but we're going to take 2 blocks and we are going to glue them on the sides like this. And I'm going to try to center it in the middle like here, and I'm going to do this side the same And again, place it in between like this. And you see already, if you look right, the measurement, you see already this one's a little bit shorter, but this is the bottom, what we're going to use. We are going to make again 2 of 3 for the front, and like this. But you can use that, make them any way you like, because like I say, I'm going to do it this way, but I always say do whatever you think is right. Maybe you have another idea, just also let me know. I love to learn from everyone, because I'm just an amateur like everyone else, and I'm just going to try to make something from blocks. And every time I learn and learn more and more. And the last one, like this. And we are going to place it against each other like this. And also these two we are going to glue together like this. And squeeze it and press it down. So this will be already on top of here later on. And what we're going to do right now, we are going to take 2 blocks. Of course, I'm laying it down because or else you won't see it, on the side. And we're going to do it this way, like this. And now what we're going to do, we do some glue on this side, but we are going to place this block on the top like this. So maybe I can better lay it down and squeeze it like this, and then you get this. You see, you just place it on the side and not on the end. We take another block and we are going to do on the other side exactly the same, and we are going to place it again on top of here and angle it out so we have it on the right spot. And of course we have to get it like this, and now you get a nice, see, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to place it, this one and this one against each other like this. So I'm going to make another one like this, again 2 to each other like this. This is already 1, and remove the glue, and we're going to do on top some glue, and we are going to place it against here. And of course I have to get it right, that I don't have it on the wrong angle. I'm sorry, I'm just was looking. So that's why I was totally going up in my work. So, and the last one, exactly, glue it against each other like this and squeeze it and press it down. So we have 2 pieces. What we're going to do is going to glue this one against this one and this one against this one. So we do some glue over here like this, and we are going to place it together like this, and we're going to do the other one the same like this, and also place it against each other like this. And try to get the angle at least straight, and if the top isn't totally straight, it doesn't mind. When you paint it or wax it, you won't see it too much. And now we're going to glue this on top of here, so we get a nice box. And you already understand, on this part there is our house coming to. So what we're going to do, I'm going to get some glue, and I'm going to glue, of course, our like this. And probably I should have used my wood glue, because this is drying always very fast like this. And I'm going to place it on top of here and squeeze it and press it down like this, and immediately remove the glue like this. So we have a straight line like this, And what we're going to do right now, we're going to take the house, and of course I'm going to show it to you a little bit this way, and I'm going to glue it against each other. For this part to glue, I'm going to use my wood glue. So I'm going to do some wood glue over here and let it dry in. At least my wood glue needs to dry in for half an hour. So I'm going to do this with the glue, and I'm going to leave it alone for, like I said, a half hour, and then I'm going to glue it together. But that's very easy to do. So our crate, of course, is glued on top of our backside, our little house. At least I call it a little house. What I'm going to do, I'm missing something on the side, so I'm going to glue like a little bit of a block over here, like this. So I'm going to glue this because I think the finishing touch is a little bit nicer to see, but of course you don't have to do it. I like it. And then I'm going to paint it. Of course I should have painted the back side because I want the back side in the black and I want the rest in some furniture wax, but of course I should have painted it earlier before I glue the back side on here. So again, a learning point. Don't do it the way I do it. Just do it the way you have to supposed to, and just first paint it, then glue it together. So, but of course it doesn't mind. I'm going to get there. So I'm going to do some glue on here like this, and of course on this side like this, and we're just going to lay it on top of here and squeeze it down like this. And we're going to do the other side. It's so easy to do, like this, and you just get a nice finishing touch on your work. I always like that a little bit better, like this. And again, squeeze it and press it down like this. I have to get removed because I feel something is bothering me there. So you see, and now he's already having nicer finishing touch. I'm going to start to paint with the black color, and that will be the back side. So I'm going to take my black schoolboard paint because I use the black schoolboard. It's a little bit of a matte finish. I like that a little bit better. So I'm starting on the top, and of course I work my way down, and I have to be careful that I don't do it on top of the front of our planter because I don't like it. So my attention is to do this one in the furniture wax. So I'm going to go over to until here like this, and I have to work my way upstairs like this. I'm going to do this piece, and everything is black, and the rest, and the back side, and of course, but the rest will be in the furniture wax. So I will finish this off. I won't bore you with that because don't worry, maybe a couple of you were already scared if I would show it to you all the time. But I won't. So I am going to do this, and then we're going to do the next step. You see, I painted the parts which are needed to be in the black. I did in the black color, and now I'm going to take my antique furniture wax and I'm going to do the rest, which is of course the front side, and I'm just go over it. That gives a little bit of the rustic, I think I'll rustic warm look, but of course maybe it's also really beautiful in the white color or any color you like. So I'm going to do this in the furniture wax, and then we're going to do the next step because I'm going to do a couple of things. I place you a little bit closer. I know it is close. I have here 3 little wasp pins. This is just for hobby. But of course you also can use the real one because they are a little bit bigger. But what I'm going to do them also in some furniture wax because later on we will use them on our planter box. So just do also this wasp pins in some furniture wax like this. It gives also a rustic feeling. You see, he is painted and in the furniture wax, and I'm going to take a piece of kitchen towel, and I always go over my waxed pieces and I wipe off what is too much of wax on top of here because I don't like it. I like a smooth space. So I'm going to go over it and check out if all the wax is dried up. I let it dry for at least a little half hour. So I was thinking later, of course, we have our wash pins to do 3 of our wash pins, 1 over here, 1 in the middle, and one over here, or only one here and one here, and just do a piece of rope on here. You can make a little banner, but I was finding this little cute wreath and I am really loving it, just to place this one on top of here. So I think I'm going for the wreath instead of the wasp bin. So but you can choose anything you like, and then we're going to do some greenery inside, but you see that at the end.
I'm going to make a Valentine's decor DIY, and therefore I'll be using these Jenga blocks. Here, this is a cheaper version, the stacking game. And yeah, these are just plain wooden blocks. And I have a brush here. Later on there will be white paint as well. And I have this glue. Normally I would use my glue gun, but since I have the experience that gluing those Jenga blocks doesn't work really well with the glue gun, I'll be using this glue. It has to dry longer, but it also lasts longer. And yeah, I also have letters here. I have wooden ones. And also, yeah, these are also wood, but black colored ones. And yeah, first, let's grab some Jenga blocks and let's go start gluing them together. Good, I have a big pile of them here. These are how they look. And I'm going to therefore have the crafting mat, because these things are exactly 5 centimeters wide. And yeah, now I can just follow the lines going back and forth, so, and then back again like that, and then here. So I hopefully can create exactly the same width, you know, just like this, but maybe a little bit different with the glue. So yeah, let's. Now, well, all the blocks that I wanted to use are glued together, and I need to let this dry. What might help is just putting a heavy object upon it, so really the glue presses together really well. I tried to press as much as I could here in this center part, and yeah, hopefully now everything sticks together really well, and I think it has to dry about 2 hours, so we're going to see how long it will take, and then I'll be back because we're going to paint these things as well. Now it is painting time. I just have plain white paint here and a new brush. Shaking this thing pretty well. Oh, leaking paint. And I'm going to paint the whole thing white. Look, this is how it looks right now. Completely glued on well. And I also painted the sides. And I did the top section 2 times. Now I want to distress a little bit. And therefore we're going to use some bee wax. And I also have a small brush. Well, here you see how the project looks right now. Or you can also put it down like this if you want to, by the way. or just like this. This was actually my original idea, but I think this looks really cute as well. Anyway, if you want this to, you know, that it can stand up, we have to apply some of these blocks here on the back side. So you can do it, glue it down like this, or maybe multiple like that if the, you know, the whole thing is pretty, how do you call that, heavy, but it isn't that heavy. So yeah, you can do two like this, or just maybe one like this. I think this would also do. What I also once made, and I think I'm going to do that now as well, because I think this is a pretty, you know, large thing stacking on the back, is grabbing yourself a clothespin, gluing that towards here to the back, and then apply, you know, block like this. Then it stands really secure. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab myself a clothespin and also the glue gun. I forgot something. First we have to find the letters. I've just put them all on the bag on the table, because I want to write down love here. And I'm going to use the plain wooden ones because I want, you know, to spice things up a little bit, and I want to make them silver. So I have this glass marker here that I would like to use. Well, let's go and see what we need for today. Good. I found love here. Now let's put this away. Don't want to damage that. Let's go and see how beautiful they are in the silver color. This, by the way, comes from Action, and this is the tip of the marker, and it works really, really well. Letters are now done with the silver marker, but to be honest, I think they're too dark. I hope that they would turn out a little bit lighter. Maybe then I should have picked another color, but no stress, because I still have, look, this color of the cup. That is the silver paint. I'm going to use a cup and also an old brush, and yeah, just going to pour some paint here in the cup, and then carefully going to dab in the brush and then paint it. What might help, what I forgot to pick, is that you use, you know, tape underneath the letters. You know, it could be marking tape from the painter supply store or anything like that. I'm just going to do that because that makes the painting a little bit easier. I'm back with some tape. What you're going to do is put it upon here, upon your crafting mat, and then, well, let's say tear it down on here. Now hold this thing, put your finger there, and let's see how tight you can pull it. Oops. And then you can just easily stick your to be painted items upon it. This also works really well when you're spray painting, and that helps not blowing the letters away. Okay, let's put some paint in the cup here, and then we can start painting with the other silver paint. And the paint is almost dry. This was just exactly the color that I wanted to have. And yeah, I'm really happy with it. I think I'm going to distress it a little bit, and therefore I'll be using this paint here, and also really, really small brush. This is just brown acrylic paint. I couldn't find chalk paint or anything like that. Yeah, and sometimes people have these markers also in a, oh, now I'm seeing something. Maybe I have a copper one or a brown one, because those have a finer tip than, you know, my brushes that I have at home. But we'll see. If I have a marker, I'll be using the marker. If I don't have a marker, then I'll be using this paint. We're lucky. I have two of these metallic brush pens. To be honest, I think this has a more rusty look. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to use these ones. I'm going to let the tape there because I want, you know, just to really smudge up the edges really, really light. And yeah, let's give it a really good shake. That might help before using it. And then we're going to make the edges with the brown marker. Now I wanted to show you how the letters look after the distressing. Hope you can see it properly, that the camera is focusing upon where it should be focusing, but no, not really. Hello? That is weird. It won't work. Anyway, I hope you can see it now. They look more distressed, and I think it's time to start applying them here upon the wood. Now, I have 12 blocks of wood and I have 4 letters, so each letter may be 3 blocks. Yeah, it has to fit within 3 blocks. So carefully going to pull them off, because we might damage the paint, and we don't want that. Now let's determine where the bottom and where the top part is. I think I'm going to turn it over, because this here has quite a, you know, a big difference in where it is placed, and I think this is more stable here up on the bottom, you know, it's more spread evenly. So let's align the letters, because I really want them to be in the center, and therefore make use of the crafting mat again, because this thing is maximum 2 blocks wide. So let's see, where is the center? That must be then here in between those blocks. So here will be the L, then the O, the V, and the E. Well, because of the pattern of the wood, I think the letters look pretty much distressed, like, you know, galvanized steel. That's what I wanted to achieve. And they look worn because of the metallic liner. Now, this will be it. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think I'm going to apply these with, because this is now painted wood. If you have the blank wood of those Jenga blocks, then it doesn't fit. But with painted surface, it will. Let's grab the glue gun, and then we're going to glue all these letters together. I put on a light so I can see better what I'm doing, because it's getting dark here. I have the glue gun here. It's ready to go. And when I'm gluing, I always put one of those, one in the centers, because then I can align the rest better. That's a trick that works for me, but of course it doesn't have to work for you. That is the difference for each person. Now, let's put on some glue here, and then, oh, no spider webs, please. Carefully put this down in the center of those 3 blocks, and then press it, and there it is. Okay, let's reuse all this on the rest. Good. Oh, you can see it's shimmering in the light. I really love this effect. It has a worn farmhouse look, but it's really easy to make. What I just told about the clothespin and the stand on the back, I have a clothespin here. I will show you what I mean. Well, first let's remove or separate, ouch, my finger, the metal from the wood, which is hard for this one here. We're going to set through because we need them both there. And what you're basically going to do is glue these two. Am I showing it right? No, yeah, actually I did. Yeah, gluing this here together on the top section. Just use your glue gun, pour out some big dot of glue, and now press them together here on the top. And then you get a really nice, smooth, subtle angle on what you need. Let's let this dry for a few seconds. Scrape off the excess glue while it's still a little bit soft. And then I'm going to apply, let's carefully put this thing up. Look, you can now put it like so, or maybe like this, just whatever angle you like to have. If you want to have it like this, you can do it like that. If you want it to stand up straight, then first put this thing down and glue this here on the back. Not with this part on the bottom, but like that. And then you can always, hopefully I will going to manage this with one hand. Yes. And then you can get your extra Jenga block, look, and then glue it down like that. Or if you want to have it like this, you can do it like that. And if your object is light enough, you can only make it with the clothespins. But then you can also do this. This makes, you know, it so much steadier for your DIY project to make. Yeah, you know, it stands really secure if you're having it to do like this. And I think everyone has clothespins here, but I'm not really sure if they have this one. But if you have them, really cheap solution. Slightly a little bit too big to show you standing up, but this thing can stand up straight. This how it looks from the side. I'm happy with it, but I still want to, you know, distress the letters a little bit more. So I'm going to use the marker and carefully going to, you know, brush all just like that. Really light, really subtle, because I wanted to make it a little bit more distressed. That looks too perfect combined to the background where it's in. Going to press firmly, going to press soft until you're satisfied with your results. Look. Now it has a really bit more, you know, it merges better with the background of the DIY. Spoken about the background, if you're happy with it, just leave it like this. If you need a little bit more beeswax, then just apply it. That is totally up to you. I'm just showing suggestions how you can make your DIY project.
On my table I need a glue gun and of course some glue sticks, but you also can use some wood glue, so just what you prefer, it doesn't matter. Most of the time the glue gun works a little bit faster, but when you are going to keep it for a long time, then you can use better glue, wood glue, because that's much sturdier than you have your glue gun. So what we're going to do, like I said, we are going to make a wall hanger or maybe a wall shelf, just how you call it. So what we're going to do, we're going to start with the back side of our wall hanger. First, what we're going to do is going to make a row of 3 blocks on each other like this. So we do the sides, the smaller side, glue it together like this, and we're going to do the third one and like this. And now we already have 1 block of 3, and we are going to lay, because we need a second one. So we need 1 like this, and we need the second one like this, and we're going to glue it together like this. And now we already have our 2 pieces of 3. Now we go further with blocks like 6 like this. Again, do them on the side and press it down, squeeze it real hard so you get a nice flat sturdy base. And of course we need a glue stick. Again, we are going to do number 3. And of course I heard a lot of people have difficulties getting their Jenga blocks, but that's what the most of them are called. Like sometimes they call them tumbling tower blocks, but and they have a hard time getting them. Maybe you also can look online. Amazon also have the blocks, but of course maybe even a thrift store, because I was last in a thrift store. Here in the Netherlands we call a thrift store een kringloopwinkel. So it's the Dutch word of the day, kringloopwinkel. So it's the same like a thrift store, but it's a little bit harder to say. And of course now we need another one, and I found there 1 package, of course, from my Jenga blocks. Is not a lot, but they were much cheaper than I buy normally. Normally I buy for a box like this, I always $2.99, and of course there were only $1.50, so it's a lot cheaper. They only had 1, so that's a little sad. But of course I hope a lot of you find the blocks in their stores, and I think that the Dollar Tree is much cheaper than $2.99 if I am correct. I think they are normally they were $1, but I think the last period they also is 1.25, if I'm correct. Maybe I'm wrong. So let me know down below if the Dollar Tree everything has for $1 still, or that they also are selling it now for 1.25. Because I'm a little confused. Sometimes you see $1 and sometimes you see 1.25. So let me know. And of course a couple of them, and then we also have 2 of the 6 like this. And again, squeeze it and press it down. And the last of the 2 of 6 like this. And then we already have these 2. And now we only need the one with 9. But of course with 9 we only need 1 piece. So we don't have to do 2 of them. So we only make 9. And if everyone who is watching and who is in America, or maybe somewhere where is the Family Dollar and Dollarama, could you let me know what is the difference? Is it one of the same kind of store, or do they have different items? Or let me know. I would love to know if the Dollarama or Family Dollar is the same like Dollar Tree. I have really no idea, because in the Netherlands we don't have that kind of stores. We only have the Action. It's a little bit similar like the Dollar Tree. So, but just let me know what is the difference between them. Of course, now we are going to go for number 5. And we go for number 6 like this. And again, squeeze it and press it down. Remove your glue, because always remove your glue. Then you have it a lot easier later. And of course, number 8. And for everyone who is maybe asking what kind of glue gun I am using, my glue gun is wireless, and it is from the Lidl or Lidl, just how you call it. So if you, and it was only 13 euros. It's a little bit similar like dollar, so very cheap. And the only bad thing about it, that I think when you have it with a wire on it, it's a little bit more, yeah, you can make longer lines with your glue gun. So this is 1 of 9. So we have the 3. Of course, we are going to do it like this. And we have the 2s, and we are going to place them over here. So you see now already a kind of base we have for our hanger. And you see already this wasn't fitting because there's a little piece of glue on top of here. So I'm going to look for which way I can glue it the best, because we don't want to have too much gaps inside of here, because the blocks are not always the same size. I think I have it quite okay. You see already this one is a little bit we call krom, but a little bit not totally flat. Maybe that's the better word. So I'm going to do everything together. So I'm going to take the one with the 3 and I'm going to glue it on the one with the 6, but not really in the middle like this. Squeeze it and press it down and keep it in place for a little moment, and then I will show you. You see, now you already have one piece, and I did it in the middle of the one with the 3 like this, and again I will remove the glue, and now I'm going to glue the one with the 9. And of course I have to get the glue off my placemat, because now I'm going to glue this one. Can exactly be on the blocks like this. Maybe I can glue this one better like this. Do enough glue on inside of here, because we don't want it to fall out like this, and we're going to glue it like this. Press it down like this. And of course you have to use a little bit of your muscles, because the blocks will come off very easily. So you see, now again we have already the top side, And we're going to get the middle one. I'm going to look for if I don't get gaps. No, I don't. So I am going to glue this side on top of here, like this. And we are doing a little bit over here, like this. And we are going to place it down again and squeeze it and press it down like this, and keep it in place again for a little moment. And every time I feel if I feel something like glue, and I remove it immediately. But if you work a lot with the blocks, you already do it probably. You see, again. And now we need the last, and I have to look if he's fitting okay, like this. Yeah, I don't have a gap, and that's the most important thing. At least as less gaps as we can have, like this. Squeeze it and press it down. And now we already have almost the back side of the wall hanger or wall shelf. We need a block, and we do it from the side. So a little glue over here, like this. I'm placing it forward, and I'm going to glue this one on the other side. Press it down, and we also do one on the top. Again, like this. And I'm going to get my piece, place it down and press it down like this. So it gives a little bit more of a nicer finish. You see, I hope I get it. Maybe I can go a little bit backwards. You see, this is the complete back side of our wall shelf. I think I call it better a wall shelf, like this. So we lay this one apart. And now we're going to make the middle piece of our shelf. For the shelf, we are going to use 3 blocks like this. We are going to glue them together like this. Just on the tops, you do a little bit of glue, squeeze it and press it down like this. And remove it from your table. And now we're going to do the other one, of course, also on the top. And we are going to place it and press it down like this. And we are going to remove the glue again, like this. And of course we have to be sure that everything is flat. Again, we make another one of 3, like this. Again, press it down. And we're going to do the 3rd one, like this. And again, place it and press it down. I sound like an old record. Please glue it, press it down. I'm just an old single. So like this. Now we're going to glue both of them with 3 together like this. Again, lay it down and squeeze them and make them as straight as you can, like this. And you see, now you have already one piece of 6. You see already, I see the glue hanging like this. Now we're going to do take 1 block of a half. Of course, like I told you earlier, maybe you didn't watch that video, but if you do, you know that my husband did 1 package of the tumbling towel blocks and cut them all in half. So I have a lot of half blocks. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a half block in the middle. I'm doing some glue on the top, and I'm gluing this one against each other like this. And now I'm going to glue also this other block against the half block like this. And now you get already a little bit smaller one, because now you don't get a very I don't know how you call pointed shelf. Now you get a little bit more of a softer shelf like this. We're going to glue this again, do some glue on the sides like here, and we are going to glue this one and like here, and place it exactly as best as you can in the middle like this. And I am going to press it down again like this. And now we're going to take the tool, and when you see it, it's so easy to make like this. And we're going to do some glue on the side, and like here, this way. And now we're going to do them in the middle of the half. I show to you in a moment. And now we only need to do the last one, and that will be a one block like this. So we end the end of our shelf this way. And now we already have the piece of the shelf. You see already the smaller one is in between here. And this is a very nice size of shelf, and I measured it out with a blend from IKEA and a little fern you can to put on top. So this is a nice size to have on your shelf. Of course, we take the on the bottom of the back side of our planter shelf, how you call it, and we are going to glue it on top of here like this. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside of our block like this, and just go over the whole line, and we're going to glue this one on the underside of the middle of the 9 like this. So I'm going to place it on here like this and try to get it as flat as you can. Like, I have to squeeze it a little bit like this, and I have to be sure that everything is straight like this. And you see already now he is very steady on top of here. You can use them this way, that you have the longer side here, but you also can do it this way. And don't worry, you see here a little this inscription over here, but we will paint it and you won't see it anymore. So like this. And what I'm going to do, because the underside, I want to be sure that the underside has an extra 2 blocks, so I'm going to go for 1 block like this, do a little bit of glue on here, place the other one on top of here like a sandwich like this, place it on your placemat, squeeze it and wait until it is dried up. And now you're going to place the block, of course, under it. So I have to show it to you like this, I mean this way, so we get a little bit more of an extra sturdy piece under it, so it won't fall off like this. But of course I have to be sure that everything is glued together, because we don't want that the glue is going off. So I'm going to do this one, and of course on this side, and like this, and I show it to you in a moment. Don't worry, it will be okay. Like this, and I squeeze it real tight like this. And now you see already, now you have your first piece of a wall shelf like this. And of course I have to show it to you a little bit better like this. But I was thinking right now, maybe I already am debating with myself, how can I be so stupid, because I should have painted this one, of course, already first in the black color and this one in the furniture wax. So I am making it myself unnecessarily difficult, but I show it to you in a moment what we will do exactly. First, I'm going to make a second one. Both of our wall hangers or shelves are finished. What I'm going to do, you see already this one is loose from each other, so I can easily paint this in the black color, and I should have done the same with this one. But I totally forgot, so learn from my mistakes and don't do it the same way, just do them separately. And later on, of course, I will glue it on top of here. But first I'm going to do the shelf in the black color, then we're going to do later this backside in the furniture wax. But you can do it in the white color, black color, everything in another color. Do whatever you think is right. So I take this for the black, and I'm using for the black, I'm using the school board paint. But of course, if you have another paint, it's also fine too. But I like the matte finishing of the schoolboard paint. So, and it works really fast. So I will do both of them and then we're going to do the next step. You see, everything is painted. This one is of course also painted, but he was already glued on. What I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this one also over and I'm going to do some glue, of course, on the places we need. And we go the line over here and like this. And of course we need enough glue because we don't want that it's falling off, and like this. And now we're going to place it on top of here. And like I said with the other one, try and make it so straight as you can and press it down like this and give it a moment to dry in. And then we're going to do some furniture wax on this back side like this. And I always use the very cheap brand, homemade brand from a store here in the Netherlands, because it's a very cheap antique wax, so don't pay too much for it. And of course I will do with this color. And you see already, if you're going to do a little bit on top of it, you see already how much this changes when you do it in a little bit of the rustic color. I let both of our hangers dry for a little hour and then I'm going to wipe off every wax I don't need. So, but first I'm going to let it dry. The wax is dried in a little bit, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a piece of kitchen towel. And a lot of you who watch me already doing a lot of DIYs know that I always, after wiping off with some kitchen towel until the pieces which we are waxed is very smooth, because we don't want our hands totally under the wax every time. So we are going to wipe everything away, and then we're going to do the next step. All the wax is off our of course hangers like this, and you see already how they turned out, and I am really loving this. This is the first time I make such a hangers. What I'm going to do, because I like to have little pots, and I was finding this pot, these are just vitamins, I think you call it also in English, and these are empty trash pots. So I'm going to remove the sticker and I'm going to paint them in the black color, because they are fitting exactly on top of here like this. You see already they are fitting over here. So I think I'm going to make them for here and then do some greenery inside of it. I have the sticker removed, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint it in the black schoolboard paint, because I like that color, but choose any color you like. So I think it needs 2 coats. We will see how this will turn out, but I think 2 will be enough. So I will paint this, and then we're going to decorate our wall hangers. For the camera, I already did the wall hanger on. I did with some twine. I knotted up on top of a little. You also do your plates in a plate stand, I think it's called in the English. So I did already one of my stands, so you can see it a little better. I did some old greenery. I always have a bag. I try not to disturb you with my wrinkling. You see already this is an old garlands, and I always keep them, and I always change them up, so you can use them anytime. So this is an old one. This is a little bit of the greenery it is. I don't know how this is called, but at least it gives a nice springy and structure to your piece. And I just did 2 pieces, one on this one and one on the other, but you will see that later. And you see here, very simple, just hang it over. And I made already one of the little pots. You see already they are now in the black color, and it's so simple. You see, even here you can see it still. It is just a vitamin little pot you normally throw in your garbage away. So I did some greenery. So I'm showing you, I just take 2 of those leaves, and these are leaves I did cut off from a plant from IKEA. If you just buy a plant, you have so many greenery from one plant, and it's much cheaper than you buy everything loose. So I do 2 of this kind. I think I did a little bit more greenery one. I place 2 of them inside. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to take little pieces of a garland, and I'm going to place them inside of here. Of course, I should have taken them off first before I did go talk to you, but But you know me, I am always one big chaos. So, so don't mind me. Do it better than I do. And of course, one over here. And what I did, I have here some berries. You see already, and they are also from one little brand. And I always cut them off so you have more for your money. So I'm going to place this in between like this. Just squeeze it in. And then you already have your own little, of course I have to get the fern a little bit out or else you won't see it. And like this. And the greenery like here, I have to do one piece inside because I like it a little bit better. And I see already I scratch my little pot with my nails. So I will have to work this away. And you see already now we have two of our little pots for on top of our stands. And now you see. We need of course our tumbling towel blocks, a lampshade at your choice. The lampshade, I measured it up, it is 20 centimeters from one side to the other side, and this is also a couple of centimeters. This is not really a big lampshade, so find someone in a thrift store or somewhere else, but maybe you have laying it around like I did. Some glue gun, some furniture wax, and of course paint at your choice. Do whatever you think is right. Some glue sticks, some paintbrush, and let's not forget a battery operated little string light like this. This is from metal wire because that's easier to work with. So, and later on we are going to take out also some greenery at your choice and some flowers at your choice, because we are going to make, at least trying to make, some blooming lamp. So, but with me it's ever always a question, will it work out or not? So we will see. Let's do this. Normally we would start at the bottom of the lamp. I tried it on my other channel, all about Christmas. I tried to make also two lamps. I had mixed feelings how they turned out. So if you want, you're curious, just go over, go check it out. But I'm going to start now on the top. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a little plateau, if that's a correct word, 2 times 3 blocks like this. So we start with the sides. I can show it to you better than I can explain it. So because everyone who is new here, we are from the Netherlands, so English is not my common language, so I always do my best, but our friends don't mind that my English is not the greatest, and they say it's totally fine. So I hang on to that that my English is most of the time yeah, not good, but at least you can understand me. Let's see, keep it this way. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue them also on top of each other. I have to remove the glue, and I take my wood glue, because this part I'm going to do with some wood glue, because that's a little bit better and minder thick than you would do it with some glue from your glue gun. So I take a little bit of the time for this one because I want to make sure that it is a very nice one. So I'm going to lay it on top of here and just even, and I'm going to let it dry. Now I'm going to make a little square, but from 4 blocks. So I'm going to do this one. I have to lay it down, squeeze it and press it. And I show it to you in a moment. This is what we have right now. So we do just one this way, and we are going to place this one against it. And what we're going to do with the third one, we are going to lay against this one over here. And I'm going to do some glue, and I'm going to place it over here. And again, you can place it down and squeeze it and press it down this way. And now you already have this shape, and now we only need to do some glue on this side and a little line on the end of this block, and if everything is correctly, you can fit it, the last block, totally inside here, and you get a nice little square. And we are going to glue this one on top of the 3-piece. So we will do that in a minute. So I have here the wood glue, and I make sure, because I see already a little piece of glue on the top. So take a little bit of your time and just make sure that everything is really smooth when you glue it on top of here. So I'm going to do my wood glue over the square this way, and I'm going to place it exactly in the middle. So just place it down, turn over, and look if you have it exactly in the middle, or else that's the great thing about a wood glue, you still can move it around, so you can take your time to look if you have it in the middle like this, and then take a dry brush, because you see the wood glue is coming out. Go easy against it, and you see you can easily remove the glue which is too much. And now we let this dry for at least a half hour. So, but you don't have to wait that long. We are going to do the next step. If we go further down, we are going to make a new plateau. At least I call it a plateau, but you need, I don't know how you call it in English. Yeah, no, I really don't know. I have to look it up, because I can guess, but I think most of the time I will guess wrong. So that's not what we're going to do. So, and one of 3-piece, this is already one, the same like we did with the other one. Make sure that they are even. And the second one, and this way, and the last block, and also this one is very flat together. And we're going to take the wood glue again, and we're going to glue this, of course some glue in the middle, and we are going to glue also this part on top of each other. I make sure that the glue is not sticking out, so this way, and we again squeeze it, press it down, and make sure that we have it in a straight line. And we let this dry also. This piece is dried right now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue this one on top of here. So I'm going to do some wood glue on this top. Very easy, just do on the square your glue like this. And I'm going to turn this one upside down, and of course I'm going to glue it exactly in the middle like we did in the opposite direction. And I have to see if I have it in the middle, but of course also try to get the this piece and this piece a little bit like the same direction, because you want to have a nice lamp feet. I think you call it lamp feet. At least I hope, or else I say something very different. So I let this dry also. Now we have the top of our lamp. You see already, this is how he's looking like. This is the top, and of course here is coming the lampshade is glued on top of here. And you see here is in the middle. I can show to you. He is under the ring, is under almost under the underside of the lampshade. So he will come glued on top of here this way. I have to show you. Well, working with the camera and it's not great, but then you know what I mean. He will be glued on top of here. So this is the top, and what we're going to do, we are now going further with the bottom. I thought I did my glue gun on, but I didn't. So we are going to make 6 blocks. I have already 3, 6. I already have 6. I have to learn to count. 4, 5, 6. So what we're going to do, we are going to make 2 rows of 6, because we are going to start to make the bottom of our blooming lamp. And we're going to do number 3, this way, and I have already the glue over here, and I need some glue again, and a number 4. And like I always say in every DIY, some people can already, I think, dream it. If you are not enjoying to see how I make it, of course, I understand if you skip forward, because sometimes it takes a little bit more of your time, because I love to explain it to you how it is made, so you can make it very easy also for yourself, and I can make the mistakes already for you. You don't have to make them. That's always the greatest thing. I always make one big mess, and you can do it very clean and fast and easy. But I understand if you skip forward, but I hope you don't. So now number 3, the number 4, like this, and a number 5. Whoa, you see already, this is also DIY. Your blocks are flying around you. This is number 6, the last one, and this way. And we are going to glue these two together. I have to look that I have the greatest fitting, because sometimes if you turn your blocks over like this, it's fitting. No, you see, this is worse. You get open gaps, and if I do it this way, it will fit all right. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to glue this together, squeeze it and press it down, and then we already have our bottom. But you also can do it, of course, with some wood glue. And now you already have the bottom of your blooming lamp, because it has to be a little basket. We are going to go now with the sides, and the sides will be 5. And this is already 1. And this is number 3 of 5. Number 4 of 5. And number 5 of 5. And the other 3 I will do a little bit faster. Do again the same like we did with the other one. So we are going to glue some sides like this, and we are going to place it against each other and make a nice square, and keep it in place until it is dried up. And now we're going to do the other one. Of course, I have to be sure that this one is on top. And we are going to do this side, and we are not going to do it against it, but we are going to turn it over like this, and we're going to place it over here this way, and keep it also in place until the glue is dried up this way. And now you see he is totally fitting inside. Of course, we have to work a little bit with it, but that's always the most challenging point, is just get a nice square, especially because blocks are never the same size, so it's always a little bit working with it. So place it over here, place it against here this way, and keep it in place for the time it is drying this way. And now I hope if I let it loose, it will be a nice square. And you see, we have our own little square. And I'm going to remove the glue, because the glue is also on the sides. And when we're going to paint it, it has to be it's not always a great sight to see if your glue is still on here. So I will take a little bit of the time to remove the glue. So I have my bottom, I have my square, and now we're going to glue it together, and then we have our little container where we can make our blooming lamp in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that I have the right spot, because I have to turn it over again. So I'm going to go with my wood glue all over the lines, and I'm going to, of course, you can use E6000 or any glue you like. I just using this, but I always say it's your own privilege. And now we're going to place it in the middle and just let it fall down. Turn it over if you have it exactly in the middle, because you still can work with it this way. I think I have it, yeah, I think I have it reasonable in the middle. So I'm squeezing it, and I'm going to remove again with my brush. I'm removing the glue I don't need, and I do it on a piece of kitchen towel this way, and just turn it over and do every side, because you don't want to see it anymore. And turn it over, and then we're going to let it dry for at least a half hour. And if you have it with a heater, it dries of course much faster. And don't forget the inside to remove the glue also, because of course you do some greenery and some flowers inside, you don't see it anymore, but it's for your own, I don't know, I always say, het is voor mijn eigen gevoel. So it is for your own feeling. So in the Dutch we say, voor je eigen gevoel. So you also learn a little bit of Dutch again today. So I let this dry, and then we're going to do the next step. Our little basket or planter, just how you call it, is drying, and I'm going to place it also on this side, the same like I do with the top is over here. We are going to make the first piece of our lamp feet. I think I call it a lamp feet. So we are going to do 2 blocks like this to each other. This is one, and we're going to do another one, and we are going to make 4 of 2, and we are going to do this way, and this is number 3, and this will be number 4. Also with these pieces we are going to do the same what we did with the ones. Again, I have to place it down, squeeze it and press it this way. And now we're going to do some glue on this side, and we're going to place this one against this. Of course, I have to remove the glue before I can get a nice square this way. And now we only need to do this line and this line again, and we have the same what we have with the loose pieces. And again, squeeze them and press them together and keep them in place for a little moment until it is dried up. And if you want to make sure that your lamp stays in a very long time, then of course everything you have to glue with some wood glue. This is already the first base. I have here my container of planter, and he will be glued inside of here. What we're going to do, we are going to make now again the same like we did with this one, because we are going to stack it up until we get a nice lamp feet. So I'm going to go, this is already one. Now I'm going to go for, oh, I am already under the glue, like always. This is number 1. And we are going to do the third one. So we get already 2 of 3. This is 1. And now we're going to make, of course, the second one. And of course, I have to make sure that my glue is gone, because you see already, I'm totally under the glue. I don't know why my camera is running. I always make such a mess. But at the end, I really love messy tables, because then it means that I have great ideas and that I am at that moment very creative. So this way, so don't mind if you're just like me and also have messy table. Don't mind, you're not the only one. I'm just such a no, such a mess maker like I am. And everyone who is here already for the first time, they are thinking, what is she talking about? They don't know me that well. So I'm just a little bit crazy, but I don't mind. And you see, now I have again the same like we did with this piece. And we are going to glue this, of course, again on top of here. And then we're going to build further with the next one. But that won't be two. Now we're going to do the next one, and that will be again one of one. So like we did with the other one. And again, squeeze it, press it down, and do some glue on this side. And this is just a moment of that you're just going to build everything. And it looks a little bit boring, but at the end, when you have your lamp feet totally finished, you will be very happy. And of course, I show it to you this way, but if you have another idea to put something together, be my guest. Of course, this is just an inspiration. You don't have to do it like I do. And this is already again one of one, and we are going to make again some plateau of a number 3 pieces. We are going to get building and building, and we get higher and higher. And now I hope I don't have it too high, but you never know. If it is too high, we will see. Then you can go lower, then you just take one piece out. But I like a little bit of a larger, at least higher lamp. And number 3 again. Glue it and press it down. Take our wood glue again. Do it in the middle. And we are going to place it on top of each other like this. And we press it and let it dry also again. And now we're going to make our last square, because we are almost there. So we have 2 of this one of this one, and 1 of this one. But of course we need 1 from this one, the 2 piece. So again, the last one. This is 1. And this will be in number 2. And of course I need a couple of the blocks. I think you are needing not 1 package, I think maybe 1.5. If I count it correctly, you will need 1.5. But it's not a lot, because these blocks are, I think, 60 blocks in a package. I don't know where they normally go for, but this is, I think, yeah, 60. You see already? 60 blocks, but I know you see it backwards. Sorry. Every time I forget that you don't see it because my telephone is filming it differently. But it is 60 blocks. And we are going to make a nice square again. Like this. We're just going to place it together this way. And we are removing the glue immediately. We are going to do some glue again on this side and place this one also against each other. And wait until it is dried up. And now we do for the last time the glue over here and the glue at the line. And we're going to place this one in. And we hope it will fit just as great as the other one did. Or else we have to remove it a little bit. This is the great. You still can remove your blocks a little bit. Not too much, because or else he will break out. But you can still remove it a little bit. These are the pieces, so we need 2 of 2. And we have, of course, 1, but we also have the number 2 already over here. And 2 of this one and 2 on this one, so it's totally of 4. So, and these are the pieces we need, and now we're going to build it up. We are now going to build it together. What we're going to do, because we are going to start with this one in our planter. He will be later glued inside here. So I'm going to glue this one first on top of here and then turn it over. But I'm going to do some wood glue. Very easy. And on the inside also. And then I hope that we get a nice pattern in our lamb feet. And I have to be sure that I have it in the middle again. And also let this piece dry, because we are going to turn it over and then we're going to glue the smallest one, and we are going to glue the smallest one on this here. So we are going to first glue this one also on top of here. So I have to be sure that he's sticking in the right way, this way. So I'm going to do also some wood glue on this piece and let this dry also. And again in the middle, turn it over and work with it until you're satisfied how you want to have it, this way. And we are going to let this dry also. But we can go a little bit further because we need this piece, and we can glue this one on top of here, because this time it also will be turned over and we can glue it together. Also on this one we would do some glue, and I know this can be very boring, but I always love to show you step by step so you can finish this one for yourself. And at the end I hope he looks very nice. I have to turn it over. Oh, I have to turn this one over. I have to turn this one over. Will I have the same this way and let it fall down, because I want also the lines. It's just this is just me. I have the lines this way and I have them also over here. So, but this just a tick from me, just you don't have to do it if you don't mind that. I always love the lines in the same direction. So I let this dry also, and then we're going to do this 3 pieces together until 1 lamp feet. I'm getting my planter and I'm going to do some glue on this part, the bigger one, and we're doing some wood glue again over it, and we're going to turn it over and glue it in the inside of our planter. Because it's always the blooming lamp means that you do have your lamp inside of a planter. So that's why they call it this way. And I'm going to place it exactly in the middle. So I have to be sure. And just looking, and let this dry also until it is very steady inside. And then I can build this one. Turn it over and we are going to glue it on top of here. Now I'm going to take, this is almost dry, I'm going to take the smaller one and I'm going to do some glue also on this part. And because he is a little bit smaller, make sure that you have enough glue on here, because you don't want that it's breaking off. And I am having the lines the same way I have here, so in the same direction. But of course, if you don't mind, you don't have to do it. I have to place it in the middle and make sure that also these lines are in the same direction. Again, you still can remove it a little bit, but I have to be sure that I have it in a straight line. So, and I let this dry and I remove the glue, because you see it's coming out here. Just take your brush again and just remove the glue. I just sound like a record to you. I hope I don't bore you so much, but I always hope that you get some inspiration from it, and that it, when you make it yourself, that it goes in one piece and that you have a lot of fun with your DIY inspiration. So this is already also ready to dry, and now we only need to do this one on top, do some glue, and we're going to turn it over. So, but we wait a couple of minutes, and for the last time we are going to do some glue on this part. And if I glue this on top of here, you will see that I have the smaller one is coming more in your side, because the wider one is inside of your container. So, but if you want to have to look for it, you also could do the two piece over here, the one piece over here, and the two piece on top. So then you get a different kind of shape. But do whatever you think is right. I just do, and this is just an experiment because I never made a blooming lamp before. So I saw the first blooming lamp, at least which is decorated by Liz, by Tradition by the Season. She's such a great decorator. So if you are not familiar with Liz, Tradition by the Season, and you love farmhouse decor, go ahead, check her channel out, because she is amazing. And she made already so long ago the first blooming lamp. And from that moment then I saw it, I really loved it, but I never got a chance to make a nice one. So I hope this one will turn out at least a little bit looking like that. So you see, we are going to let this dry, and then we're going to paint it. I have to show it to you this way because it's a little bit higher now. You see, we're just building it up. And now if I do the lampshade on top of it, then you won't see it anymore. But I will keep it in the camera for you. So I did place you a little bit further away, because then you can see the totally of the lampshade. So this is how it's looking like, and you see you can fill it up with some greenery and flowers later. But first we're going to paint it. I'm going to paint it in the black schoolboard paint. But of course you can choose any color you like. If you like more the white color, or maybe the green color, olive color, any color you like. What I'm going to do, I have here my lamps of my battery operated little string lights. They are probably called in English. So I'm going to wipe everything off. And what I'm going to do, I'm also going to paint, because you see the batteries through it, and I really don't like that. So I'm going to paint this also in the black color, and this little piece of wire of a string I'm also going to paint in the black color, so it fits a little bit better when we glue it on top of our lamp. So that's also what we're going to do. So but first we're going to start with our lamp feet, and of course I'm starting inside of my little container. I paint everything, the inside, the outside. Maybe you probably don't need to paint the inside, but I always do. So but I will do it a little bit faster. So you see already my lamp feet is already in the black color, and he is almost dried up. Before I can remove it on my table, I am doing some little fills under it, because I want to be sure that he is not just scratching my furniture. This table is not a problem, because I sand this so many times already and do it in some new oil. But of course my other furniture is not very happy if I scratch it, so that's why I'm going to do some little fills under it. And now I can remove it of my painter's thing, and of course I can move it on my table, but you will see that in a moment. What I'm going to do, I painted also my lights, and you see he's now in the black color, and I'm really happy with the result. Now you don't see the batteries. I really hate to see the batteries. What we're going to do, we are going to glue this battery pack on top of here, and I'm going to do it with some wood glue, of some glue from my glue gun. I'm sorry, I said already wood glue, but of course this is plastic, you can't use wood glue. So I'm going to glue this on top of here, because wood glue from your glue gun, you can easily get it off your display. So you can easily take it off and do some new batteries inside, and the batteries are going for a long time. So I'm going to glue this on top and then I'm going to turn it around to make a nice bundle of light over here. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside of my battery lights and I'm going to, like I said, place them in the middle of our lampshade, and I keep it in place for a couple of seconds until it is dried up this way. You see, now we have it on the top. Now I show you the top a little bit better. Before we can go further with winding the lights around it, I have to do my string of light, of course, in here through the lampshade. And I call this already in a moment, I call this gluing on the lampshade, but of course gluing on the top of our lamp feet. We are going to take the light through our ring because we want to have it glued flat on top of our feet. So we are going to do this way, and now we can pull it over our light. You see already he's inside. And now first we are going to glue the lampshade on top of the lamp feet, and then we can go turn the lights around the middle of this battery lighted, and then it's almost finished because we still need to decorate the underside. I placed you all a little bit lower so you can see a little bit easier inside of my planter, and you see the planter is not very big. The openings are very small, and I love it because then you have less greenery needed to fill up your blooming lamp. Of course, if you want to have it bigger, it's also fine too. Now we have 5 blocks in a row. You can do 6, you can do 7 and make then a square, but also make then the bottom also a little bit bigger. He's now 6 blocks in a row, but you do then 7 or 8, but always one more, then you have this row. So, but I like it a little bit smaller. I hope that it will turn out okay. What we're going to do, I take this kind of greenery and I'm going to fill up the bottom. Just squeeze it inside. It's very easy, just make a nice little filling over here, and I'm going to place this one over here, and I'm just going around and around and just filling it up with some greenery. And of course little pieces of greenery can easily stick out because it's a nice color of green. And I have a couple of pieces left for this thing, and I'm going to squeeze it in open gaps so that we have on each side we have little pieces of garland coming out, because this was eventually a garland. I always buy garlands because you can cut them up and you have more greenery for your money. So because everything we try is of course on a budget. And here you have the same one. I have a boxwood garland. He was already 2 meters and 70 centimeters, and the easiest thing, you can just go and you just pull it off, and you have so many pieces of boxwood for your display. So I always recommend just take a garland, and I'm going to take 2 pieces together like a little bunch and just squeeze them inside. And so we go around and around. Take 2 pieces. It gives more body if you do 2 pieces or 1, and immediately it falls better in your, when you look at it, it's looking much better. Just 2 pieces again and just squeeze them inside over here. And now we go this side again, 2. And again, I already said it earlier, if you don't like this to see how I make my little displays, I understand. Skip forward and just see the end result, but of course I hope you don't. I can always hope that you don't skip forward. So, and turn it around, and we are going to squeeze it inside this side. And now we need only 2, and I think for my taste it is then enough. I squeeze this one a little bit more down, and I'm going to place this 2 in between like this. And I have to squeeze it a little bit lower. And now you see, but you can do as many boxwood as you like, and you can choose any greenery. If you are lucky and you have a Dollar Tree, you are so lucky because they also have beautiful greenery, especially also with the Christmas season. So I'm really a jealous lady. So I have now the greenery inside. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take my pieces of my lavender, and this time I'm choosing the white color because I also have it in purple and pink, but for this lamp I think he's already dark enough. He's nice black with my brown lampshade, so I like it a little bit better to do some a lighter color in between. And I'm really debating if I place this one in totally inside. I have to look. No, he's much too big. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut off the top this way, and I'm going to place it in here, just a 3-piece. And I'm going to do on the other corner the same. I'm just going to cut off the top, and of course the other piece we are going to use also, but for this corner this is the 3-piece, and place it down. And I'm going to cut off another one. This is one because we have 4 corners like this, and I'm going to cut off the top, and then you can use so many displays with it. And this corner over here, and the last one. And how easy is this? We only did some greenery inside for filling. We did some boxwood, and now we have some lavender, and on this corner. And now the only thing we have leftovers from this side, you see, and we are going to use it also, but we're going to cut it a little bit shorter, or else we don't get it away. And this one also a little bit shorter, and we are going to place it in the middle and try to get it. I have to try to get it a little bit more down inside and a little bit against the lamp feet. I say lamp feet every time. I hope I have it right, or else leave me a comment down below. So Dutch lady, this is not this is not the word. So just let me know. So again, we are going to turn it over and place it in the middle, just on the back side of your feet. And now we have one over, but you see I'm missing one. So I'm going to cut off a piece like this, and I'm going to cut the top off this way. We don't need the 3-piece, we only need the underpiece. And you see we have a little bit bigger stamp in between, and we're going to cut it. And also this one in the middle on the back side, and try to squeeze it down this way. So I think he looks already very nice, but you can fill it up any way you like. You can do some colors inside. You can do the, I have it in the black. Like I said, do it in the white or any color you like. In a moment you see how he is turning out.
We have a new DIY again with the Jenga blocks. I bought some new packages because I needed to, fill up the stash. And I have a new DIY for you. We're going to make a well made out of these blocks. Now, if you like to work with some kind of mold, then you can grab it now. If you don't want to have that mold, you can just start right away. Good. I started with the first layer. It might not be perfect, but I suggest you just start away. And if you have a mold or like a round object, you can use that to align everything. Now, you don't have to touch it too often, then this is what you get. Everything starts cranking. Okay, I think we're there. Now what we're going to do, just put these like this. So then you should get another layer on top. And try to put this block here halfway the joint that you have here. I'm not going to glue anything yet, just start laying it down. Because later on we can start gluing, but therefore, personally for me that works the best. Just place everything where you want to have it. Just like this. Okay, one last block. Let's see if that is too small or too big. Not completely there. just rearrange carefully. Okay, I think this must be it. What is then next do is just pick out one small block, grab the hot glue gun, let me warm it up because it needs some time, and then just glue the flat line, place it back there, or you can use wood glue, but yeah, for me I have a shaky hand day, I don't know why, maybe I drank too much coffee or something. Then I'm afraid that everything will collapse. So let's build up several layers of this while using the hot glue gun and then laying layers on top. If you're going to make the next layer, make sure that it is aligned with the block that is most down the bottom, so just somewhere like this. You see? And then you can build the base of the water well. Okay, working with the hot glue gun didn't work for me because the glue cools down way too fast and I can't just assemble everything right. So I wanted to switch over to this Korea patch glue. This stuff is from Action, similar to Dollar Tree, but then here in the Netherlands. This is actually just fake Mod Podge, 17 times cheaper than real Mod Podge. So what you just do, grab a brush, well, we don't need the glue stick anymore, and pour some of that glue. Make sure that you shake it well before you start using it. Put it upon the block, but be careful if you're going to apply it. It will take some time for this to dry. So don't put a heavy weight upon your block tower. But the good thing is that you don't need to work that fast. You don't need to press really hard because you're going to do that later on. And you can still, as you see, rearrange things a little bit more. Now, second block, just do the same thing. Pour in the glue. If the glue wants to cooperate, which it obviously doesn't want to do today. Yeah, there it is. And brush it out with your brush. And then place it upon the rest. Just like this. You can push just a little bit, don't push too hard, because as I said on the last time, you're going to add a heavy object like a book or something, or a tray upon the section, and as you can see, the sun is shining from behind me, so if I put the camera in the opposite direction, you can't see a thing. I'm going to let this dry now, just put a heavy object upon it, and then we are waiting until the glue is dry. Probably that will be tomorrow, so I think I'll see you tomorrow again. Hey, so next day, the glue of the well is dry. Well, it's not completely perfect round, but to be honest, I find that pretty hard to make such a neat round thing. Right now, what I want to do, oh, I put it down in a special way, yeah, like this. I'm going to stack 3 of those blocks upon each other, and I'm going to glue them here to the side, so you can put the roof later on. And I also measured how many blocks we need to make the roof, and I believe there were 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe this wide, look. I think this just fits. When I take a look at how large the inside is and where those blocks here are going to be, then this will be perfect. But first, let's stack several of those blocks together and then glue it to the side with this glue. And for stacking them together, I'll just use the hot glue gun. So just pour on some glue. Oh, I'll put it right in front of where you can see it. And I put them together. Yeah, repeat. Just like this. And then you can put them down like that. just so. That's the idea. Okay, we now have 2 of those pillars, and this is where the glue comes in. Now just make sure that you align. At least I used the alignment here on the crafting mat to determine where those things need to come. Let's measure. Yeah, this is a good side. Then I'm just going to pour glue only upon the bottom section, because that's how tall, you know, those blocks are, where it's going to reach the block at the side. Just brush it in. And place it here. Well, the good thing about make sure that the center of those blocks is hitting the joints here, so then you know that you're in the center of the construction. Here's some glue. Let's scrape it up with my nail because it's still soft. I'm able to do that. Yes. Okay. Let's see what is a good side to glue down. I think this one here. Yeah, we're going to glue it here. Put glue on the same spot. Use the brush and then place it onto the right position. And then you need to let this dry. And the reason why I'm using this kind of glue instead of the hot glue gun is because the roof will weigh a little bit more than just a few blocks. So I really want those joints to be glued together well. Well, you see. Okay. Well, that's it. Let it dry. And I think in the meantime I'm going to make the roof. Just put the well aside. And I'm only going to glue down blocks together like this. I'm going to do 8 because that was what I thought how long it's going to be. Just like this, repeat until the white has reached 8, and then I'm also going to make a layer around here. So yeah, that will cost a few blocks, but believe me, it's going to look fabulous. This is one half of the roof. I just put these together with the hot glue gun and then put the glue here underneath and let it dry just as we did with the well. I'm going to repeat the same steps for the other half of the roof. Okay, the roofs are dry, as you can see. I'm going to turn them over like this, and I also want to have the roof like that. Yeah, I put the letters upon these blocks. Not very smart, but I'm going to paint it black so you can't see it anymore. I want the roof to be like this. And then I want to lay some blocks flat on top here, just horizontal like this, to cover up that part here. But therefore, we need to have 3 blocks that will fit, because as you can see, I can't put 3 in there because they're too long. So I'm going to saw this part off with my figure saw, I think, because that's easier to saw with on such a small block, at least for me. But if you have a more professional machine, you can try that. Okay, here's the smaller block. Put that aside because I first want to assemble the roof like this. I'm just going to put slightly this together, and then while holding, I wanted to put glue upon here. But maybe now I'm looking at this, it's better to, I hope that it works, saw like that. So the joints are better and stronger. Good, I'm ready to assemble the roof. Here I have the one with the joints aside, and I'm going to glue that here between. I put the well beside, so yeah, it has some support for the roof. Okay, I think this will do. Just let this dry for a few seconds, but actually, yeah, roof is there. Okay, time to put these on the top here, or here actually, from the roof. The roof is ready. This is the inside part, and yeah, it's pretty secure. I glued extra blocks here upon, because then I think the proportions of the well are better if you're just carefully laying down the roof, so it has to be glued. Now it looks more like a well in good proportions. Let's take the roof off again because I want to give it a black paint job. So you're not going to see the letters. That was really dumb. Normally I turn them over. But now I, totally forgot that there were two with letters. So my apologies, but it can happen. We can fix it with the black. Dry. Also the back part. And we put this away because I still want to restyle this thing here, and therefore we have beeswax, and I always have the same brushes for beeswaxing. The smaller one is to get, you know, in the angles here like this on smaller parts, and the big brush is for bigger surfaces. So what I always do is grab some beeswax. And you might have too much upon your brush, so dab it off here, but you can also dab it off here, and then you can just start beeswaxing away like this in between there and continue till you're satisfied. If you want to use darker parts, then just don't wipe that excess beeswax off, just start painting straight ahead. And then you have more beeswax that will turn the wood also darker. I'm going to beeswax this complete thing. Oh, I think we're there. Totally beeswaxed and everything. The last thing I need to do is to put the roof upon this construction here, which isn't a really big deal because, well, you just use your hot glue gun to get that done. Just put a lot of glue here on both points, and then you just easily slide the roof on top of it.
For this DIY we need of course our tumbling tile blocks, we need some wood glue or maybe hot glue, but of course when you use the hot glue, be careful that your DIY is not breaking, because with hot glue it breaks faster than you use wood glue. Of course we have our little container with some cutters, some brushes, some markers, some scissors, and a little bit of wire. So the most things I need always with my DIYs. And of course my saucer with some old piece of kitchen towel which is wet, so I can wipe away the glue very easy. So these are the main things what we need. We are going to make some street lanterns. Of course, I don't know how they will turn out. We will see. I tried to make 2 sizes, so I hope you are getting out your tumbling towel blocks too and do this DIY also. We are going to start with the bottom, and we are going to get 3 blocks like this, and we do some glue on the sides and of course on this side. And number 3 is the closure up. Again, squeeze it and press it together like this, and we get another 3. And we also do some glue on this side and on this side. And again, glue them together, squeeze real hard and give it a little bit of rest and wipe away the glue you don't need like this. And over here, and let it rest for a couple of minutes. So now we are going to do some glue on this side to this side, over here. On each block we have some glue, and I'm going to do it a turn. I give it a turn, so I do one this row and this one is this side, and I'm going to glue them together like this. But you can also do them equally, that's also fine too. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to make sure that everything sticks together. This is already one. We're going to lay it apart. We're going to get 4 blocks. And we do very easy. We do some glue on each on this side. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get this one. I'm going to place it over here, and be careful, just in a straight line. I'm going to do some glue on this line over here, and I'm going to place this one not here, but of course we're going to do this against this one. And now we have the last block, and this will be one glue on this side and a little line on the inside of this block. So very easy. You do over here and you do it on the side, and if everything is correctly, it is very nicely fitting inside, and you get a nice little square. Press it together and remove the glue you don't need. In this way, just keep it in place, remove your glue, and then give it another pressure again like this. And we're going to make another one. We can just get 4 blocks and already have 5. I'm going to do some glue on this side. I'm going to place this one against it over here, and I'm going to get 1 on the side again over here. We're going to place this one over here, and the other one, the last one, is also again on this side, and a little small line on this line. Very easy. And just place it in between and make sure that you have a nice square again. Give it a little bit of pressure and remodel it the way you want to have it, because everything needs to fit on top of each other. And we're going to do the last one again, the same like we did with the other ones. Again, over here we do some glue on this one, and I'm going to place this one against it, and we're going to do the last of the 4 blocks, and on this side a little line over here, and we're going to place it in like this and squeeze it and press it together until we get a nice square. And we have to remodel it a little bit because I think he needs a nice straight line. So again, let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So for everyone who uses the smaller blocks, it's a different numbers, because you are going to do 5, 5 and glue them together, and you do this 2 times. So, and you're going to glue them on top of each other. So you also have 2 layers on top of each other. 5, 5, glue together 2 times on top of each other. Then you have your bottom. For the inside, for the stand where he's standing on, you need 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, and 2 blocks. And you are going to, very easy, glue this one and glue this one over here and this one over here. So you also get a nice square. The same, I hope I can show it to you on camera. This is what I mean. You just also make a square you can place on top of here when you have your 2 layers of your bottom. And you are going to do it 4 high or 5 high, just what you like. You can, if you want it to have a little bit longer, you can even go for 6 high, but I think he will be unstable. So I will go for 4 high, would be my choice. So very easy. Again, 4 pieces of this one, 2 of this one glued together. And you also have the start of your lantern. So what I'm going to do, I have my 3 pieces and I'm going to do some glue. And of course I see already that this one needs a little bit of work because he is a little outline. He has to be in a straight line or else I'm not going to get him on top of each other. That's not what we want. So this way, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the inside like this, and I'm going to do on the inside of this one. So very easy. And we're going to glue this one together and this one on top of here. So we make a nice straight line from the 3 pieces together. And we're going to let this rest a little, I think maybe 10 minutes. So now we're going to make the top of the lantern, and we are going to do again 3 blocks in a row. 1, number 2, and number 3 is again a closure up. Squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to do again 3 blocks. And this is 1, this is number 2, and number 3 is again the closing block. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. And also with this one I'm going to do some glue from each side to the other side like this, and I'm going to place it in the different direction on top of each other again, also the same like we did with the bottom. And again, give it a little bit of pressure and feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to let this rest also for 10 minutes. And for the smaller blocks for the top, you're going to do 5, 5, and again glue together. And you do this also 2 times again, glue them on top of each other, the same like you did with the bottom. And then you also let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So these 2 are drying, this is drying. We are going to get 5 blocks like this. We're going to, this is just an experiment. I really have no idea how this will turn out. We are going to get busy with the top of the street lantern, but I don't know if this will, I have it in my head, but if this will turn out right, I really have no idea. So we will see. I'm just going to try it, and if it's nothing, you won't see it anymore. So don't worry, I'm just going to do 5 again, and number 3, and number 4, and number 5 is the closure up again. Again, squeeze it and give it a couple of minutes rest so they can really get sucked in the glue. So this way. So, and now we're going to get the 5 block on the side. We're going to do some glue on this side, and we're going to glue them on top of each other. So very easy. Lay them together and squeeze it and press it together like this. Of course, we have to be sure that everything is sticking very nicely, and this way. And we're going to let this rest. If you are using the smaller blocks, you need 7, 7, 7 and glue them together. You do it only 1 time, and then you have the same like I have over here for the top. So again, 7, 7, 7, glue together. Now we have already the first start of our top. We are going to get 3 blocks. This is really English for beginners. I'm going to do 1 block and the second one, and of course squeeze it, press it together, and we're going to do again the same over here and squeeze them and press them together. We're going to get our towel, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Again over here, and make a nice straight line again and let them dry in for at least a couple of minutes. So I did let it dry in, and I'm going to do again some glue on all of the three blocks, and I'm going to turn them over, and I'm going to do them in the opposite direction on top of each other again, and give it a little bit of pressure, and feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to let this dry in. For the smaller blocks, of course I lay this apart. For the smaller blocks you have again the one with 3 of 7 glued together, that's the bigger one. And now you're going to make 5, 5, and again glue together, 5, 5, glue together, and you're going to place them on top of each other, the same like you did with your bottom. And again you're going to place them on the one piece of the 3 of 7. You're going to glue them later on top of each other. If everything is when you have all the pieces, you have one of the 5 blocks glued together, you have 3 of the 3 blocks double up together like this, and you have the 3 glued together with the 4 blocks like this. If you have all these pieces, then you are right. And we're going to get 4 loose pieces like this. And now we're going to paint, and we are going to paint, of course, you can do it in any way you like. I'm going to keep my bottom in the wood color. I'm going to do the middle piece, this one, I'm going to do black. I'm going to do the 4 loose pieces black, and I'm going to paint one of this one also in the black color. The rest I will have in the wood color. Of course, I have 4 loose pieces. You need, if you use the smaller blocks, I would go for this one. This is already one piece, and you need to sew 4 of this one. So very easy, just glue them together this way until one piece, and you need 4 of this one. So I have here my pieces I am going to paint in the black color. Of course, I use a very easy and cheap brand schoolboard paint. So if you have black paint or maybe spray paint, do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to give this one a nice black color. You don't have to do the tops and the underside, because you will glue that later on a wood piece. So you don't have to paint it, only the sides, if you are going to do the same coloring like I do. But probably you will do a different coloring, because everyone has a different taste in color. So maybe you like a much different color than I do. So I'm going to paint it in the rest in the black, and you see, of course, later the next step. So I have the pieces black. I want to have black. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the bigger one. I'm going to place it down. I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to do some glue over here on the underside. And of course I have to look for where I have the different direction I want to have, because I'm going to place it over here. And you see already on my fingers, the sides was not dry yet. So you see already, you see, wait a little bit longer until it is dry. Don't do it the way I do. So I'm going to let this rest in for a couple of minutes. And of course, if you use the smaller blocks also, take the bigger piece with 7, 7, 7, and you just place the one with 5, 5 double on top of here. The same I do over here. I'm going to lay it apart. I'm going to get one of this one. Make sure that you get a flat surface on the top like this. We are going to do some loose blocks, 4 pieces over here. And of course, I hope they are dry, but you never know. It's always, always a challenge if everything is dried in. And we're going to place them on each corner. And be sure that you have it in a straight line. And this way I'm going to do the other one. So this way I'm going to place all 4 of them over here. And like this. I'm going to do the third one. Again, some glue. And I'm going to place this one over here. And the last one, and this I'm going to dry in at least a little bit longer, because we must be sure that it is in a straight, or in a straight line, I would say. Of course they have to be in a straight line, but they need to be dried in very nicely, because they need to carry the top of our lantern. So give it a little bit of time. You see, this way you have all 4 of them. So I also going to place this one aside. I'm going to the last of our blocks. I'm going to get this one. I'm going to do some glue on the underside and on the inside over here. And I'm going to place it in the middle. I'm going to try to find the middle and let it fall in, and look for if I have a straight line or not. Maybe I have to remove a little bit, and this way, and I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to squeeze it down until I give it a little bit of pressure. And I'm going to, if some glue is coming out, you just take very easy a small brush and you go over it with your brush, and so you turn it and you do the other side and remove the glue you don't need, like this. And we're going to let this dry in also. You see here I took a piece of kitchen towel, because I don't want to scratch my top of my lantern, of my street lantern. I'm going to turn it over and lay it over here, like this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give the 4 pieces, I'm going to give some glue. Of course I need to wipe away the top because it's a little bit too much. I'm going to look for the opening, and I'm going to do some glue over here. I'm going to do over here, and on this one, and on this one. And I'm going to give it a couple of minutes before I'm going to turn it over and place it on top of here, because now it can dry in a little bit more. So I waited a couple of minutes, and you see already this one is 3 blocks, and this is also 3, so he needs to fall in the middle. So I'm going to place it over here like this, and I'm going to just through his weight, he is already coming down, because this is double blocks. So we are going to very carefully, if you have it on the right place, you're just going to give it a little bit of pressure this way and just let it dry in. And of course, again, if you have glue which is popping out, and you see already over here, just get your brush and go around and remove the glue you don't need. And also don't forget the inside, like this, because or else you have white dots in between, and you don't want that. Of course, a lot of the glue will dry up very clearly, but if you have too much, then you see white places, and that's not what you want. And also, of course, a little on this side. And now we're going to let this dry in. You see, we almost did all the steps, and these steps are the same, gluing together like you have the smaller blocks or the bigger blocks. It doesn't matter. So now I'm going to do on the inside, also from this top, I'm going to do some glue around the opening. Very easy. And let this rest also a couple of minutes, and then we're going to turn it over and place it on top of here, so you can easily see where is the middle. Because if you are going to do it different size, turn it over, it's difficult to find the middle. And now I'm going to turn this one over, and I can easily find the middle. But I'm going to let this dry in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to get it up, because everything is not totally dry, so be careful. And we're going to place it over here, and we're going to look for if we have it on the place we want to have it. We need to go a little to this side, over here. I'm going to turn it over and give it a little bit of pressure this way. And now I'm going to really get a little bit of pressure on top, and again I'm going to get my brush. I'm going to wipe away the glue. You see already here, you see also popping out, but it's not a lot, it's almost nothing, but and now we're going to give it at least a couple of hours to dry. So, and now I'm going to turn it over, and this is how it's turned out. Of course, I see already that I think the bottom is much too small. Of course, you see it this way. This is better to look than this way. I think the bottom is for me too small. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 blocks and I make an extra ring. So I'm going to do some glue on the top. I'm going to glue this one against here. I'm going to do some glue on this top. I'm going to glue this one against here, and I'm going to do some glue on this side and a little bit on this side. And if everything is correctly, I can very easily fit in this one and squeeze it and make a nice square. And we're going to wipe away the glue, because or else we get kind of stains on top of our wood, and that's not what we want. This way, and I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So now I'm going to turn this one upside down, and I'm going to do some glue on the ending of the blocks over here and around here. And you see, this is what I mean. And now I'm going to turn it and place it exactly as much as I can, as best as I can, in the middle over here. And we're going to let it dry in totally. So now he's almost finished. You see here, this way. And I think it turned out very nice. The only thing what we're going to do when both of them are finished are doing on the top also a little knob, or maybe 2 blocks on top of each other. We will see, but that's later. But for now, I think he looks very nice. I'm going to make the smaller one, but he will be a little bit different, because if you do a lower one, and then will be the top will be much too big for the smaller one. So we're going to give it a little change, but they will look together. First, what we're going to do is, again, we're going to make the same 4 pieces like we did in a moment, because I found the stand a little bit too small. That's why I'm going to make the stand already for this one. And of course, for the smaller blocks, you have to measure out a little bit how much you use and what you like, because it's a personal privilege how you want to have it. Maybe you like a little bit because your blocks are already bigger than the 4 that I have. So you have to look for it, what your privilege is and what you like. Of course, for this one, we are going to glue this one, and we have to make sure that we have a nice straight line again. Squeeze it, press it together, and we are going to wipe away the glue, and also over here like this. And we're going to let this dry in. We're going to get 3 blocks and a number 2, and we're going to squeeze them together. This is already 1, and we're going to go for another 3. This is number 1, number 2, and we're going to squeeze it and press them down this way, and give it a couple of minutes. For everyone who uses the smaller blocks, the second lantern will be very easy, because I would go, if I would make it, I would go, you would have for your first lantern, this is your bottom, and of course you did 5 high of this one, 5 high, and I would go for the other size. For the second one, I would go for 6 or 7 high. I would make it higher, because I have the bigger blocks and he also will be higher. But with the smaller blocks, they are already much smaller. So I would go for the first, oh, you see already, for the first I would go for 5 high, and for the second I would go for 6 or 7 high, just depending on your own taste. And that's what I would do. I would just make 2 of the exactly same, but I just do the height bigger. So, and now we're going to go further with the bigger blocks. We have ready the first ring of the bottom. Now we're going to do the second layer. We are going to do some glue over here again, and we're going to place it, but in the opposite direction, on top of each other this way. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to turn it over and again give it some pressure from this side, and again very easy, a nice straight line. And we're going to let this dry, and of course in a moment, and you can also do it already now, you do some glue on this side, over here, and just place the one on top of here in the middle. You can already do it very easy like this and let it dry in. So now I'm going to get my 4 blocks again, and I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to glue them together again, the same like we did with the first one, and some glue on the side over here. And we're going to place this one, and we're going to do this one on this side, and a little on the inside over here, just a small line. And we're going to place it over here and make a nice square. Give it a little bit of pressure also from this side, and make sure that you have a nice straight line. Take your time for it to make nice squares, if I am correctly, like this. And we're going to make the last one because we're going to make only 2. So we do one over here, and we're going to place this one over here, and we're going to do the third one, and he will be over here, and the last on this side, and again a little on this side. And we're going to place it in, and this way we give it a pressure, and again over here, and we're going to let them dry if we have the right shape, and this way. In the meantime, while these 2 are drying, we are going to get again 3 blocks, and we're going to roll them together again, and this is number 1, and we're going to go for the second one again, and we're going to go and glue them also together, and this way. And we are going to remove the glue, this, because then your DIY will be much better. It is not such a problem if you are going to paint everything, then it doesn't matter too much if you leave the glue on. But if you like the wood coloring, then I recommend that you always make you clean your surface, because or else you get all kind of stains on top of your wood. So I let both of them dry in, and what I'm going to do again, we do some glue over here, and we're going to place this one in the opposite direction again on top of here, and we're going to give it some pressure also, and we're going to let this dry in also, and we're going to make the last one, and then we're already almost what we for the second street lantern, of course. So the last couple of blocks, this is number 1, and the last of the doubles, and then you already have all of the pieces you need also for the second one. Again, squeeze it and make a straight line like this, and we're going to do the same like we did with this one. So now we're going to get our pieces, and we're going to glue them together. We're going to look for which is fitting the best. I think this one, because he will be a little bit crooked, and that's not what we want. Maybe this one is better, it's also an option. So we're just going to glue them on the inside again. Just do some glue over here, and then we're going to place it together very easy, and squeeze it, and on this the same over here, and we're going to let this rest also for a couple of minutes. And before I'm going to paint it, of course, this will be the bottom. You see, this is the bottom for the smaller one. Of course, we have our middle piece for on top. Then we already, of course, have the top over here. And this will be also a top, but if we are going to do the 4 loose blocks over here, it is very neutral, a little bit boring. What I'm going to do, I was thinking, I think I'm going to make an extra ring of 4, the same like I did with the bottom. And I think that looks a little bit more like a street lantern if we glue everything together, because or else it looks a little bit, like I said, boring, but like the same like all lanterns. So I'm going to try to give it a little bit of different, and I'm going to glue this one over here, and in a moment you will see that we do the same like we did with the bottom. And again, squeeze it and press it together, and we're going to get the glue away. And I know for someone who is watching and is not familiar with my channel, I do everything step by step so everyone can easily make the same DIY. And of course I make the mistake and you don't have to make them anymore. That's why you think, what's she talking every time, every step again. But a lot of people enjoy, and then it's easy to make the same DIY if you like at least the street lanterns. If you don't like it, you don't make it. That's very easy. So I'm going to let this dry also, and then we're going to paint the pieces in the black color. So I have my black color ready, but first what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on one of the blocks for the top, so that makes the tops a little bit more different than he would normally be. So again, place it in the middle, the same like you did with the stand, and we're going to make sure that he is in the middle like this. And now we're going to piece this one. I'm going to do black. I'm going to do 4 loose blocks. I'm going to do in the black color, and I think that will be it. And later on, of course, a double block on the top, but for now this one will be black and this one will be black, the 4 loose blocks, and the rest will be in the same color. So what we're going to do, we're going to take one of this one, and we're going to, I think I like this one better. I'm going to place this one over here. I'm going to turn this one over, and I'm going to do again some glue at the rounding of the opening, and I'm going to place it in the middle like this, and I'm going to let it set in for now at least a half hour. So now I'm going to get only the block width is only the double block, nothing more. We are going to get our black blocks. We are going to do a little bit of glue on the underside, not too much, and we're going to place it over here on the corners and this way. And of course we have to make sure that he stays in place. This is one. We're going to get the second one. Just do a little drop, and we're going to place it over here. And of course take your time for it, because it's always better to take your time for this kind of work, because if you do it too fast it doesn't look very nice. So again, I take my time, and I know, I understand if you want to skip forward, if this is boring you, I totally understand. But of course, I hope you stay. And you see, and better, I hope you do even this DIY already together with me. That would be even more great. So this way. And I'm going to let this rest in for at least also a half hour. So, and one of the last stops will be, stops, in the net we call stop, but here you call steps. Of course, a little bit of glue over here. And we do a little of glue over here, and on this side, and on this side, and we're going to let this glue also dry in for a couple of minutes. So now I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to turn it over like this, and you see already it's getting a challenge because we have an opening over here. We are going to take our piece, we are going to turn it over and we're going to place it exactly on the top over here. So we are going to look if we have it on the place we want to have it. Of course, a little to the back side. And then we're going to let this dry. So now we have two pieces over, this piece, and now they only have to glue together. So we do some glue again in the middle, and then we are almost at the finishing touches of our lantern, and we're going to place it inside in the middle, because now we can see better what is the middle. Of course, this way, and give it a little bit of pressure. And again, wipe away the glue you don't need, and this way. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes to dry, and then we only need the top finishing touch on the top. I have to say it right in English. Sometimes this day is just a day again. With English and Dutch together, it's always a hard thing, but you see me in a moment for the last little step for the quick impression. So you see here the two lanterns. Of course, I'm not going to show you totally, but what we're going to do, of course, I mean, you can do on the top, you can do some a bead, you can do some other piece of wood, you can also do some Christmas greenery or maybe some other greenery, but I want to use it all year round, so I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm just going to do some wood glue on top of here, glue them together like this, and I'm going to cut them in half, and then one will be in the black color and one I will leave in this color. Very easy. And then I'm going to glue them exactly in the middle on top of both of our street lanterns. So, but you see at the moment really the quick.
Crafting with these tumbling tower blocks. These are pretty big blocks, which is cool. I also have glue sticks because I have the glue gun here to attach everything together, and I want to make some sort of picnic table idea for the spring season. And yeah, to be honest, I don't know how to do this, so I'm just going to grab my glue gun and see where it goes. I don't know how big it's going to turn out either, so we'll just see and build it. Yeah, first we need to start with, I think, 3 blocks on each side here in this pyramid, doing it 2 times because this will be the base for the complete project. So actually you glue these 3 together. Oh, I forgot to turn on the glue gun. That was dumb. So you put these 3 together, one on this side, one on that side, and then doing it again for a set of 2, because that will be the base, as I said, for your craft today. So I think we're going to start with that. I'm using my glue gun for applying it or attaching it together, and yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go. 2 sides are done. They're not glued together yet. I just want to let they lean together like this, because we're going to build a frame around it. So I have a row of 3 here and determine, well, I think it's got to be there or something. Then I also need 3 on the other side. Oh, there it goes. But we just need to measure, so I'm going to let it, come on, stand there, you. Let it stand loose, and yeah, use those graphics upon the crafting mat as well to just see how far they need to go apart. So if you want to have it, well, let's say on these lines like this, then they need to be together like this, with these 2 cones stand together really well. Then you have to put everything in the middle. This, we have a block here. Let's put, oh, this is one with a print on it that we'll be using for another time, because I want to give it a beeswax color. And if you do that, you can see literally everything through the beeswax. That's not what we want today. Now carefully put it up here. Let's see. This will be the base for the bench, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing. Oh, this goes perfectly well together. Okay, so we need to glue one here, one here, and I think that just matches really nice combined with the frame of 3 blocks. So I'll be gluing these 3 together, these 3 and these 2. Good. This frame is now existing from these 2 sides and these 2 sides, along the smaller sides. I still didn't glue these together. I want to measure to see how it fits. It fits really nice. And yeah, I'm going to take these out because I want to start assembling the frame. So I just glue everything together in the perfect angle. Like so. Now this side. And continue until everything is done. Now we have a big square. And yeah, I think I can start making the benches. Just putting a block here, a block here, and a block here, and I'll think also a block here. And do that on both sides. To be honest, I think it's just smarter to do a bench like this. So I'm going to reuse those things that I used for the center part. Maybe 2 or maybe 3 rows of blocks, and then on each side. Let me see, where is the middle section? That is here. And how long is this? 1, 2, 3. Well, let's say about here. Just glue it upon. I think that works better than putting one block like this, one block like that. Otherwise it just gets, I think, too light and it gets too heavy then for the whole construction. So yeah, let me just apply glue here. Oh, the glue gun isn't still, no, it fell down. It turned off, it automatically switches off sometimes. And it still needs to heat up. So just going to wait and apply the benches then, and then I will be back to show you the next result. Here, just like this, we have the base frame, we have the benches, and I think I'm going to first make the table. So that will be 3 in length, and just a lot of blocks combined to each other. Glue that until you're satisfied with how big the table looks. Really, oh, that was a glue job from the glue gun. Did you saw that? Well, let's say I'm just gambling about this wide, maybe 1 row extra. Just do whatever you think is beautiful. You can always add an extra row if you want to. Here is the complete set. Just made the table a little bit bigger because I thought that was nice. And yeah, really happy with how big the table turned out. It is heavy but steady, so that is good news. Now we're going to go further with this DIY. Okay, the top of the table is done. This frame is done. I just added an extra layer here for some more strength because this thing here is kind of heavy. And now I need a flat surface, so I thought, why not put like this 1 block. You're not going to see that much of it. Just 1 block like this upon the table, or upon those 2 pillars. Didn't glue anything yet here down because this was just to keep everything stable. And yeah, we better put a lot of glue here. And those things need to lay straight. So I'm carefully going to add glue, hope it will work, and then we can add the table when the glue is dry. Well, that worked out pretty well. I needed a lot of glue, can see here the gap is completely filled up with glue. Carefully lay those down because now I want to have the table and then the right side of the table. What kind of size do I actually need? Oh, it was this size. Oh, of course, it's not going to be like this. It's going to be like that. Oh, now I feel really blonde. Okay, now let's put this one down then. And let's say one over here and the other one there. And then, am I doing this right? Yeah, we're going to lower this here. Maybe we can better first glue this together instead of... No. Oh. Okay. I need to glue this again. I thought it was secure. Okay. Might happen. Maybe the glue was a little bit too cold. Yeah, I think so, because I can peel it off really easy. Now you're seeing it. You know, everything goes right in the first place. Okay, now I have a really hot glue gun. So going for the second part. Yeah, no glue strands left. Okay, now let's quickly add this again. This already feels better now. Hold for a few seconds. Like I said, maybe I can better attach first this thing instead of putting the table back up completely. The table is really heavy, I know that. But this fingers might, no, just do it like this. Okay. We're not doing it, we're doing it sideways. Is that possible too? Okay, not well. I think so. Let's say that we're gluing upon this edge here, upon the section between those two blocks. I think it really started raining heavily suddenly. If you're hearing noises, that's what the rain is. And hopefully this will work. But this or something, or maybe put it just in the center section of those third middle block. I think that's the best thing we can do. So just level it up on the bottom part like this. Top section is cool too. Now, of course, you can't level it anymore once you're... Okay. That was a good idea so far. Yeah, just figured it out. It will work. Just as I said, I'm going to glue here in the center between, on the middle section of the middle block. That's it. Let it dry really well, and then we can continue. Change of plans. I just wanted to glue this together first, and therefore I'm going to use a little bit more glue, this stuff here. Just put it upon the wood, because I'm afraid that when I use the glue from the glue gun, that it didn't last long enough. Okay, just to use a lot. Yeah, there's the center here. Okay, I think this will do. Don't worry about that glue that you see dripping, because it will dry up transparent, and if really necessary you can always use some sanding paper to get rid of it. Okay, like this, because now the thing that I just forgot to do was check if it will fit or if it is too wide. Okay, when it fits from this side here, you see it's too wide from that side, which is good. So now we can just move these slightly inward. Oh no. I think we just go here. So a little bit more inward than expected, but that's not a big deal. Just carefully center them again and then wait for the glue to dry. So about this. I recommend doing this with 2 persons at a time. is really difficult than I thought. However, it is fun to do. Oh, there goes the seat again. Oh, what is wrong with this? Normally it will perfectly go, but yeah, this is really a struggle. Let's say if the other one is here, the other one is here. Okay, I think I'm going to grab an extra hand for this. I can't manage to do this alone. No, it's just too difficult. So, one advice, use 2 persons to do this. I'll be back to you when this part is dry. And yeah, probably when I glue the other part too to the center, because yeah, as I said, it's really difficult to do so. But I never give up. I don't let this wood defeat me. You will see it soon back. There it is. Well, I had to glue 1 extra row for the benches on both sides, but it stands, and I think it's pretty firmly. It was a little bit, but not too much. So now it's time to put everything covered in beeswax. You know the drill. Well, here you see how it looks when the beeswax was just applied. I let this thing dry. Oh, I miss here a little spot, now I see it. This is the other side. I think it looks pretty cool, but we have to wait until it's dry. So yeah, I think I'll let it dry for at least 1 night or maybe overnight. And then we can finish it off with some nice decorations on top. Good, the table here is dry. The beeswax is dry. It's the next day. And today I'm going to finish this DIY by making some sort of, plant pot, by gluing 3 blocks together each time, and then I'm going to assemble them, paint it white, so we have a really nice flower pot to finish off our decoration. Turn out cute. Well, you can also make a bottom part. I didn't do that, but you can also do that by just putting blocks together like that. And yeah, painting time. I'll be using the white paint that I'll use a lot. Just a brush, and then we can paint away.
Today's DIY, we are going to need our tumbling tile blocks. I have this time the bigger version, but you also can use the smaller one. Only your DIY will be a little bit smaller. So if you want to, because we are going to make today 2 different kind of lanterns, but the lanterns only will be a little bit smaller. If you want to size up, you just go a little bit longer. Just do a couple of blocks more. I have my wax, and you can use any wax you like and paint you like at your choice, of course. My glue sticks, my brush, my glue gun, and of course the wood glue. What will we do without our wood glue? Because we want to make sure that our lanterns will stay in each other, so we won't that it falls out of each other. So we are going to, these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. The first thing what we're going to do is very easy. We just take our glue and we just make a little line in between and just place them on top of here, and do this on the side, squeeze it and let it dry again. This way, just build them up, place them on the side and let it dry. Make sure that you have them in a straight line. And what I do with my wood glue, you can do, of course, with your glue gun. It doesn't matter which glue you use, just use something but is a little bit steady. Yeah, I hope I say it right. At least, like we say in the Netherlands, it is very strong. And in the Netherlands we call it sterk. So this is already number 5. This is number 6 and number 7. And again on the side, and we can let it dry. And number 8 and number 9, and we are almost there. This is number 9, and we're going to do for number 10, the last one. And I let it suck in for a little moment, I think maybe 20 minutes. So you can wait together with me, or maybe maybe I will finish this already off and then you see me in a moment. And here you see already 40 of this kind of double blocks like this. I thought I can better make all the blocks already in one moment. So this is already 40 pieces. You need 40 pieces for this size of a lantern. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you now first one side of our lantern. So I have here my double blocks and I have here a couple of our loose blocks. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 2 of the double blocks and we lay them with the 2 pieces, the smaller pieces on top like this. And also this one is not this way, but again this way. I'm going to do some glue on one side on this, and I'm going to place it against each other this way. Squeeze it and keep it in place for a little moment. We get another double block. We do some glue because we are going to do it on this way. So we do a little glue on the ending of this block and we are going to lay it against each other this way. And we take now a loose block, a loose block. I'm going to do some glue over here on the top and I'm going to place it exactly in the middle from the opening you still left over, and this way. I'm going to go again another double block and I'm going to glue it over here. So I'm going to do some glue on this side and I'm going to measure out a little bit over here. So I think if I do a little glue over here, I hope I sitting on the right space. Yes, I am. And I'm going to place this also on top of each other. What we're going to do right now, we're going to again take a double block. We do some glue again on the top this way, and we're going to go over it a couple of times and we lay it down on here exactly in a straight line, and we are going again take a loose block. I'm so sorry, how do I come on a block? I really have no idea. So I'm going to go a little glue on this side and I'm going to place it again in the middle and this way. And I'm going to take again a double block and we are going to place it over here. So we do some glue on this side. And I have to look for where I want to have it. I think over here. A little wood glue. And I'm going to place it again against each other like this. And try to keep it down. And this way. And sometimes you have to rechange it a bit because wood glue you still can move your pieces around. And I'm going to go over and I'm going to take again a double block And I'm going to do the double block over here. So I'm doing some glue on this side. And I'm going to place this one over here like this. And I'm going to take another double block again, and I'm going to do it over here. And it's already getting a little bit of a nice pattern, but of course you can do any pattern you like. Again, place it on top of here. And we are going to do a double block, and we are going to glue it on here. Do some glue on this side. And of course I do already some on this side too, so I don't have to do it later. And again, this way. We are going to take a loose block. Now, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm always calling block in place of block. I'm sorry. Here in the Netherlands we call it a block. And it's a little bit the same like you say block. So it's almost the same. So I don't know why I do say the different kind of thing. In the middle again, this way. And now the only thing, we need to close it up with a double block like this. And I only need some glue because I also should have done some glue over here. So I'm doing some glue, and I'm going to close it up with my, and now we already have one side of our lantern. So I'm going to push it a little bit harder to each other, and then I'm going to make 4 pieces of this one. Our 4 sides of our lantern are dried up, at least almost dried up, but they are ready to glue to a square. So I'm going to get my glue. Again, I'm using wood glue, and I'm going to face them up, and I'm going to do one side on this side, and this one will be on this side, and this one will be in the middle of this side. Of course, we have to glue first and later on this one against each other, so it's very easy to glue. So he is glued, and I did my 2 paint cans on top of it to give it some heaviness, some pressure, that it can dry a little bit better. But it was a little bit of a task just to look for which is the right way, did I have all the lines in the same direction. So it was a little bit of looking for if I had the right way. But at the end he is now glued together, and I let it dry for at least 1.5 hours. In the meantime, while our sides of our lantern are drying, we are going to make the bottom. The first start of our bottom will be, of course, 8 blocks glued together, and you can use very easily your glue gun, because that doesn't matter how you glue it, as long as you do it a little bit in the straight line. I will do this one 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and number 8, and I'm going to do this twice. Of course, we are doing this number and this over here, and we made a very straight line. Just glue them this way together and just place them over here, and now just make a nice straight line, and we're going to do this 2 times like this. Squeeze them a little bit and remove the glue and replace them again, like you get a nice line over here. You also can use a brush to brush away the glue you don't need, but this one has to be a little bit higher like this. This is already the first 8. I'm going to make the second one. We have now our 2 pieces of 8, and we are going to glue both of the pieces together. I hope that he is dried up already enough so I can put him on the side, and I'm going to do some glue on the side, on the line like this, this way. And now I'm going to let it suck in for a little moment, and then I'm going to glue them together. So my bottom is dried up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 2 blocks and I'm going to glue them together the same way like we did with the lantern itself, but this time I'm going to do it with some glue from my glue gun, because this can dry very fast. I need 4 of the pieces like this, 2 against each other. This is number 2, and the third one, and squeeze it and press it down, and the last one. So I need 4 little kind of legs, and you can also use some beads for it. So if you have beads laying around, here in the Netherlands we can can't find a lot of beads. Of course you can beads from children's playthings, but just wooden beads is a little bit harder. Most of the time I order them online, but I can find them very how you say it, very difficult. That's a better word. That's a better word. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to glue it in the corner and squeeze it and press it down. I'm going to do this one, and again almost in the corner like this, and try to get it as even as you can, and this way. And I'm going to turn it over, and I make my own little kind of legs, and this way. And this is already number 3, and the last one. We are going to place it over here, and now almost our lantern is finished. The only thing what we still need to do, and you see now you have a nice little riser. I think it looks more like a riser. I have to get out my glue like this, and now we get our lantern. And if we going to glue this in a moment on top of here, you see this will be the lantern. And I'm so happy with the decoration, of at least the shape that it is in. I don't know, that's not the right word. I'm coming on it, so bear with me, have a moment. I will come on it. I mean the pattern, what's inside of my lantern. I'm going to glue this on top of it, and then we still need a kind of a beaded garland to glue on top of here, so it gets a little bit more like a rustic feeling. Before I'm going to place my beads on top of here. I'm going to glue my lantern on top of here. So I'm going to turn it over, and we are going to do some wood glue, because I want to make sure that this is really steady and on top of my bottom. I don't want that it falls off. So this way, and I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to place it on here. And this way. And now I'm going to look that I have it on both of the sides, almost the same place like this. Squeeze a little, and I'm going to do a paint can on top of here to give it some heaviness again. So I let this dry, and I'm going to get my beads. I have here my beads, and this is just a very simple Christmas garland, and in the black color. I did a DIY on my other channel all about Christmas, and I used it also, and I painted in the school board black paint. but I used it for to making a handbag. But if I am looking right now, I don't think I am really enjoying how he's looking like. Of course, I have it already inside of each other. I really have no idea how to get this out of each other. So we take just another piece like this. But if you look for this, I'm sorry for the noise. I really don't like it. So I don't do beads. I leave my lantern the way it is, just simply with the wood. I'm going to do some furniture wax on top of it, and you can paint it in any color you like, but I am not liking the beads. So I don't know what it is, but I think for me this time I don't do the beads. And I'm really happy because now I don't have to get it out of the knotting again. So what I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to do it in some furniture wax, and then we're going to light it up. I'm going to use, like always, my very cheap brand furniture wax. It's very dark antique wax, you see, and I'm going to do my whole lantern. What you also can do before you glue your bottom on top of it, you can give the bottom another color. You can make it in the black color or white color or any color that's fitting for your decor. I'm going to do it totally also in the furniture wax, and most of the time I also do it so you can still see the wood is coming through, and it's a little bit easier for you to if you want to make it also just to how you say it, duplicate it. I think that's a better word. So I'm going to do it in the wax. My lantern is totally in the furniture wax, and I wiped it off with a piece of paper kitchen towel to make sure that all the wax is finished and I don't have all the wax on my hand. I take a little piece of greenery like this, and I'm going to cut it short, and I have my wired a light, and of course I did the box where the batteries are in, I painted in the black color. So you see it's a very flexible, so that's why I love the wired pre-lit battery operated lights. So I'm going to place it inside and on the bottom, very easy. Make sure that he falls down like this, and then we're going to make sure that I don't know what it is today, but I have everything tied up. I get it out of the out of each other, and then you see the rest. And yes, I am loose, so I'm going to lay it down. And this battery operated lights are also on a timer, so that's really a great thing. So I'm going to place it inside. And of course it does come on the sides out, but make sure that you try to get everything inside of the lantern. But if you like it, of course, when it pops out is also fine too. So I'm going to leave it this way. I'm going to take the smaller little pieces. I just cut it off, and I'm going to do a couple on the sides, on the under piece, and I'm going to place this one, 2 in each side, and I have another one over here, and I'm going to place it also in the side and squeeze it in. And you can do it as far inside as you want. Now I take 2 pieces also, but I did cut them even shorter because it's on the front, and this is not as wide as you see, of course, as this one. So I'm going to go and I'm going to squeeze it in. And so you make a very easy and unique lantern for yourself. And you can also make 2 of this one. So go ahead. It takes a little bit more of your blocks, but I think at the end he looks very nice. In a moment you see a quick impression.
Dyanne here, ready for a new DIY with some wood. Today I like to use those Jenga tumbling tower blocks, and I also have some paint stir sticks. And I would like to make some sort of crate idea, but then for storage, just a little bit different with a kind of window idea. So that's what we're going to do. Let me see what we need first. I think that will be glue. Here's the glue gun, heated it up. Some extra glue stick to be sure. I like to use 2 painter sticks, but you can also do it with this kind of wood. What I first like to do is start gluing those blocks together, and I think 3 will be enough. A row of 3. Then we're going to let them dry, so just like this. And another one. Oh, this one has text. Some of them have that. That's just a product. We buy those Jenga blocks at the Action. That is a similar shop, but then to the Dollar Tree. And I will go to make 3 of these rows. So just a few more blocks to go. I have 3 of these rows, and now we're going to get the 2 of these sticks in. Let me turn the crafting mat a little bit. And I measured that we need 3 of these. And of course we have to lay it down straight. I want 1 up the top as well. Just like so. I think the most handiest way to start gluing is 1 on the bottom and 1 on the top section. And well, let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these lines here that we put it upon the 3rd line. And I hope, if not, then we're going a little bit down. Do it like this. So I'm going to glue 2 extra together, but you can also place it back. And then you get some sort of window pane idea. Maybe this is nicer. Just put 1 down here as well. Put down 2 here. And we're going to do it like this. And oh, of course I need to go over it, not underneath. Like this, so. And then maybe I'm going to make a window like this. Oh, that doesn't work completely. I think I have to do it like this. Yeah, but now it's getting a little bit weird because I'm doing weird things and nothing is aligned perfectly. But the reason why I use these painter sticks is to give more strength to the whole construction. So I still need to glue 2 down like this, 1 like that, and 1 like that. Yeah, let's use the glue gun for that. So I'm going to glue these together, 3 pieces of 2 blocks and 1 piece of 3 blocks, and then I'll be back because then I'd like to start assembling this thing. Okay, I'd like to start assembling all the blocks, the block rows that I'd like to make are being glued now. Well, let me see. Let's put these on the bottom section, and therefore I'm going to place it straight down like that. I'll use the hot glue gun, but you can also use wood glue. That is totally up to you. And quickly assemble it before the glue starts drying too much. And just hold it a few seconds. I'm not going to glue this part yet. Still this one. Hopefully then we can align the whole thing a little bit better. Okay, now the top block. Therefore I will stand up because then I can see better what I'm doing. Just quickly press it down like that. Hopefully it's aligned now because it can't move anymore. What I like to do now is start aligning. Yep, I think now we have a straight walk. Let me feel. Just like this. Okay. Let me first do this one, not too fast. Now lift this one as well, and we do the last section. And then we have the base ready. Oh, sorry. That lamp is annoying for you to watch. this is our frame. Now I'm going to assemble the next step of the frame. Checking if there is any excess glue that I can still rip off with my nail. I think, oh, here's a small part. This is a hard one. Yep. Now the gluing gets easier. Okay. Let's just put a lot of glue here. I still needed to refill the glue gun. And then glue it here on the center of those blocks. Now we get the other one. Yeah, this side is the ugly side. Just like so. Okay, there we are. Now we can start putting one in like that. And yeah, I'm still a little bit wondering what I need to do with the other 3 block parts. First, let's get this in the right position. And that is the good thing about aligning first these 2. This one will always fit. Or just keeping it in like this in the center of the middle block, and then you can do it like this, or if you prefer, yeah, it's not going to work now, doing it on the back. So you can also, maybe that is a cool effect too, glue it like this and then place it up here. That gives a nice idea of depth. I think I'm going to do that. So we have the frame, less pieces still need to get in, and therefore I think I'm just going to apply a lot of glue here. Or maybe like this. Yeah, I think that is better. Just on these sides. The base frame is done. Hope how you like it. This is the front part, and this is the back part. Maybe good to know that here in between here, in this gap, used a lot of glue from the hot glue gun to give it some more, yeah, strongness. Oh, sorry. I thought the other phone was off. Time to start painting. Yeah, I'll make a white one, I think. And then I'm going to start distressing with some beeswax. I think that gives a nice rustic color. That's it. The whole rack is now white. Time to start drying it. You can use a blow dryer, for example, but you can also dry it to the air. I think I'm going today for the blow dryer option. And then distressing time. The paint is dry. Time to start distressing. And therefore we have beeswax, and I have a really small brush here. But you know how at least I always distress, but going to show you if you're new or just need some inspiration. I always dab the brush in the lid of the can to get those excess beeswax off, and then the first thing I start off is this. Just lay the brush flat and move back and forth on the edges of the wood. And here and there you can just gently start white pin But of course, this is just an idea. You can do it your way. The only thing I'd like to show is how I do it. Gently brush off some more. In some parts it's really concentrated, the distressing thing. Do it a little bit like this. These are just some ways. Discover your own. First, I was always afraid to distress. But actually, you can't do it wrong. Just develop your own technique, and then you get familiar with it, and then it's not so scary. Ooh, yeah, well, that's what I said. Not so scary anymore. Quickly blend it in with the rest of the edge. This is a way. Jenny has her own way. I'm just showing you things how you can distress. I'm going to do the rest of this thing. Here it is. This is the back side of what we're going to make today. Distressed and well. And yeah, I wanted to stand up right like this, but it still needs some sort of rack here in the front. So at least we need something which is 3 of these wide. And yeah, well, let's see. Just going to build a frame of how it would look like if we have 1 block in front. Of course, we need multiple, building it up like some sort of container. And this goes wrong, I know. It's just an idea of the scale, by the way. Of course not. It needs to be higher, but I think this is what we're looking for. But you can also, of course, make it longer if you have some bigger stuff that needs to get in. Let's see how large we want it to have. I think 3 will look cool. Let's see it first with 2 and then 3. So I'm going to lay these up here, and then I can start building like this. The front section. Let us see if it fits. It should fit. And so it perfectly does, which is a good thing. Time to paint this, and therefore I'll be using black paint. This blackboard paint to be precise, also from Action. Let's shake it a little bit, and then we can start painting. front part is done. Now I'm going to put some glue here on the white paint section, and then going to push it together so it becomes one big piece. Of course, we gotta be careful as always. Now push it, hold it secure for a few seconds until the complete big dot of glue is dry, like so, and then we have the base complete. Now this thing here needs a bottom as well. I thought this will fit. Glue them all in one line, put them in here. There goes the last one. String of glue and hold it in place. Now get it loose, and there's our bottom section. And that should fit in here like a glove. I said should. Maybe I'm doing it not right. Just let it fall down. Carefully push it gently down. Now the tension holds it completely together. I did it in a blank wood space, but you can also paint it completely black. That is just whatever you want. Found some of these tiny wooden letters in my crafting box. Let's turn on the glue gun because I want him to be up here. The way I like to glue that is start in the center, because then you can align, or at least that works for me. Aligning the letters will be better. Going to start with the M, and I use the guideline of the blocks to determine where these things need to go. Okay, the glue gun is ready for duty. There we go. Ta-da! Now the only thing I want to do is fill up the crate. Therefore I have 2 big lemons, but you can always use smaller ones. I'm going to grab some greenery, and then we have some nice sort of, yeah, fruit stall is it actually.
Tumbling tile blocks, some paint at your choice. I have some furniture wax, but of course you don't have to do it. A brush, some glue sticks, some wood glue, and of course my glue gun. So these are the main things we need for this DIY. We are going to make, at least I'm going to try to make a little bit of a different kind of 2-tier tray. So I don't know how it will turn out, but we will see. We are going to make the sides of our tray, but I'm going to try to give it a little bit my own twist on it. So I'm going to do 2 blocks like this. And this will be our starting point. And of course, you see, if you look on Pinterest, there are a lot of people who make this kind of pieces, but then most of the time like a wall decor. So I'm going to use them as the sides as my for my tier tray. So we will see. And what I'm going to do, normally you can do this also with some glue from your glue gun, but this time I'm going to try to do it with my wood glue. So we will see if this will work or not. Maybe I get a lot of regrets after it, but at least I tried, and you don't have to try it. So I'm going to do it in 4 pieces. So you have to look that you have 1 over here and 1 over here, like this. And then this glue you can easily move a little bit closer to each other. Like now we're going to do the next one, and we are going to place it like this. We are going to do the other side. And it's just a little bit of puzzling how you want to have it, and drying is also an important thing. And of course we measure out a little bit like this. Yep. We are going to do the next step. A little bit over here. I wish I was looking for if I could have found glue which was a little bit more faster in drying, but I didn't find it yet. So at least not here in the Netherlands. Maybe somewhere else it is very common, but not over here. I'm going to measure out, and again like this. We're going to do the next row, and like this, and the other one like this. And of course we have to look, and I measure out one block and one block. And what I'm going to do right now, I did now 4 of this one. I do the 5th one, and the 5th one will be the last. He will be over here. And of course I only glue this side, just keep a little space open so that not at the end all your glue is coming out on the other side, like this. And the last, because this will be the 5 of row 5, and again press it and take a block again and measure out if you have it a little bit like the same length, and squeeze it a little bit together like this. And of course be sure that you have it stuck on top of each other. And I let this dry for a couple of minutes. So I let the underpiece dry for a couple of minutes. What I'm going to do now, we're going to go further again the same way like we did earlier. Just do a little bit of glue on the block, not too much. And now we are going to go, but we're going to go the same way back like this. And again the other side. And I only do this one together with you. The next one, don't worry, the next one I will do alone, so you don't have to look to me to do it again and again. So this is only for everyone who wants to see how I make it. So, and we are going to make 4 of this one, so that would be a lot of your time if I will do it together with you. I don't think you want to wait for that. And I'm going to measure out the same like we have here and lay it against each other. And we go for this one and take a block again, measure out, and this one, and we go for the almost there. And another one, and I'm going to measure out in a moment, but this goes a little bit faster. And the next row, and then I will measure out all of them. I take a block again, I will put it on top of here. This one is fitting, this one can be a little bit more to the back side, and this one can also be over here. This one is okay, and now we have all of them almost together. So we only need, what we need is the 2-piece, and we need to glue this on top of here, and then already we have the first of 4. And here you see how our sides are turning out. Of course now I have 4 loops for them, but they will be together like this. But I'm debating if I will do one layer of the tray here and one in the middle, or on top of here and do something above. So I am really a little bit debating. In a moment you see what I chose. What I chose. I laid both of them on my table. You see here what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my wood glue and I'm going to glue them together like this. This is one. And I'm going to do this one this way, and I'm going to lay them against each other like this, and keep them a little bit down on your mat, because we are going to work with the top. I'm going to do this one, and of course we are going to do this one together, and we press it a little bit until it is setting his until on each other. Let's keep it that way. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 2 blocks again like this, and I'm going to glue them also with some wood glue like this, and on this side, and I'm going to place it over here. Of course, I'm already doing it wrong. You saw, oh, mistakes are just around the corner. I just had to do something like this. This one was okay, but now I had to do this one instead of the smaller one. So very easy, like this. And I'm going to take this one, and I only need to do this piece, and I'm going to lay it against this two. Again, press it down. Now we go for 3, so we do 1 in the middle for this, and we do the sides and this side, because this one will be 1 of 3. So we are going to lay this one in the middle and press it down, and we get another one also. Of course, we don't have to do this one, we only need to do the back side. I have to think, so bear with me. And you see already I have a little bit too much of my glue on here. You only need to do the half and not the whole block. Of course, I should have thought about that. And I'm going to do a half of this block, just the half of the block, and just lay it against here. Press it down, and we are going to go now for 2 again, and 1 on the side. Place it over here, and we're going to do another one, and only on the back side like this. We are going to place it again, and be sure that you have the line straight with this line of the already the sides. So, and now the only thing we need to do is only an ankle one. Here in the Netherlands say an alllll. So here we go, like this. And now he is already finished, and I let this dry. I will do the other one also, but I won't bore you with that because this was already long enough. Our sides are drying from our tray, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the middle pieces of our tray. I don't know how you call the middle pieces of the tray. At least what I'm going to do, I'm going to make 5 blocks on top of each other like this. This is 1. This is number 3, number 4, and number 5, because I will do 5 wide, at least for my, you can go for 6, but then he's fitting and not fitting. So I'm going for 1 lower, so I am sure that he is fitting. You see here the sides, then I'm sure he fits right in between the both sides. I don't like it if the sides are popping out, or at least the under parts are popping out. So I'll go for 5. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make for 1 panel, I'm going to make 3 of 5. So it's very easy. And always remove your glue. At least if you're new here, you will notice I will say a lot of remove your glue. So I'm just sounding sometimes like a record. So, and this is number 4. Then we already have 2 of our, and this is number 5. And you see, now we already have our second one. Now we need the last one, and we are going to make 2 because it is a two tray. It is a tier tray, so that's why we need 2 of our panels like this, and number 4, and then we are going to look if there are glue on the sides before we're going to glue everything together. And this one, and now we have 3, but of course take a little bit of your time. I always say also check your sides until it is not little pieces of the glue on the sides. And you see here 1 pop of glue, and here also a little bit, and I already have my hands under the glue. I'm going to look which parts are fitting the best. You see here's a little opening, but sometimes when you turn it over and you see now it's fitting a little bit better. Now I have only 1 which is open, so I go for that. I will go for that. So I'm going to go some glue on this, and of course I need some glue stick again. Always when my camera is running, and I try to do it as fast as I can. And this is already 1, and now I'm going to go for the last one, and then we almost have the flat side of our panel finished. But we are going to go a little bit further than that, because I like that it looks more like a little box. And what I mean by that is that I give it, this one also, some sides. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a little glue on the sides, and I'm doing this together. This is already 1, and the last one, and do of course also together like this. Don't mind my mess on my table. I always have a mess on my table, and I'm removing everything I don't need. And now I'm going to glue it. You can glue it on top of here, but I'm going to go for, I think, for the sides. But I have to debate about if I do it this way or maybe this way. You can choose any way you like. So I'm going to go for the last piece, of course, and this one. And I'm going to go for the last one. And this is the last of the sides, and you can build it even a little higher if you want to go 2 ways high, but I'm going to go for 1 high because I think that's more than enough. So I will do the other piece of our panel, because we need 1 down and we need 1 on top. So I will do that out of camera, and at least a little bit faster. We have our middle pieces ready. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the sides of our side panel, because I chose to do it on the sides, and just place it against each other like this and squeeze it and press it down until it is dried up. And I'm going to do the other side the same way. Of course, do some glue over here, and of course you can also use some wood glue, and I'm going to place it against each other like this. And now we already have 1 of our middle panel, of course, are finished. I'm going to do the other one also. All our pieces are now glued together, so I have 2 of the side panels and 2 of the middle pieces. What I'm going to do, you see already I have my gloves on, because I was thinking of gluing it with wood glue, but that takes too much time, especially because I need also do the top, and I first need to do the sides like this, and I'm going to do this one over here. So I'm chose for, at least I hope I make the right choice, go for some second glue, super glue, just how you call it. Here in the Netherlands it is secondenlijm. That means it dries in seconds, but that's not the truth. Most of the time it takes much longer, but you have to be careful because I did stuck one day on top of my glue, so don't make the same mistake like I did. And I had so much luck that I didn't pull my fingers together, so I don't do it the second time around. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the sides, on this side, and I'm going to glue first one piece and then I'm going to go for the top piece. So I will do this, of course. I won't bore you with that. So in the moment you see it when he's totally together. And you see the behind the scenes, the honest truth about DIYing. Nothing is go as smoothly as some YouTube DIY videos will show you, because this is the real truth. Sometimes you have to build something to get something glued, but of course at the end I hope everything will glued right way, so or else I have a real problem. I turned over my 2-tier tray and I hope you can see it. This is the side, how it turns out. Of course, later you will see it much better. But before I'm going to do the furniture wax on top of it, because I do mine in some furniture wax, but you can do it in any color you like. If you like black, red, brown, any color, do it whatever you think is right. I found this two little pieces. It looks like an egg, but it's just an ending of a top. So I thought maybe it's still looking nice if I do it in the middle on top of here. And I think it looks very nice. And then I do everything in the furniture wax. So I always use a very cheap brand furniture wax. This is just from a store here in the Netherlands, but I think you can buy it with Dollar Tree anywhere you think you can buy it, and maybe a Home Goods or something else. But I use a very cheap brand because I always love doing DIYs on a budget. So I'm going to go and give this whole piece furniture wax. I always love the rustic feeling. And here you see he is totally in the furniture wax, and I am really happy how the end result of at least with the furniture wax is on. And I love the sides. And like I said, do any color you like. I love this one, and I think it's turned out a little bit different than the normal tier tray, but I am I am loving it. So I hope you give this one also a try. I will take my things and I'm going to decorate it, and then you see how it finally turned out.
With the following, this actually is a canvas from a heart, but as you can see on the back it has a wooden frame inside. So what I want to do is just remove the whole white canvas until we get the wood off. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tear everything open, therefore I'll use this sharp knife. And then, you probably have seen it before because we do this a lot. Just make a cut here along this side line so you can take the top part off, and then the bottom part is a little bit harder because you have to carefully peel because there are staples here all the way. You carefully have to peel it away, and then yeah, then you can continue on your DIY. Okay, forget what I just said. I found something else in my stash. This already wooden decor hanger. It is from, oh, I don't know if it's a brand, Dijk, which is the Dutch word for Dijk Collections. And we bought it apparently for €6, but I really don't know where I bought it anymore. Maybe at a garden center or something. And it has a rope already upon it. Here with, there is a, hope you can see it, a metal circle hanging thing in there. And yeah, I think I'm going to use these. Now, let's get rid of that tagline. You can cut, but then everything gets dirty, so I prefer just opening the knot and then pull it off, put it away. Then we have our heart. This will be your base. And I also have, of course, the bag with the tumbling tower box where we're going to craft with. So together we're going to make something nice out of this. Before I'm going to continue with those Jenga blocks, I first want to give the heart a spray job, a paint job, sorry, spray paint job, a paint job with this blackboard paint that we have from the action. And I'm just going to make everything black except, of course, the cord. Now, I think it is a good idea to loosen it a little bit so that I can get nearby with my brush. Just like this, so I can also paint underneath that metal eye. Has been painted, but it needs to dry, and to speed up the process I'm going to use the blow dryer. Art is now drying. Time to show you the beeswax process. Here we have beeswax, and this is an old brush that I use a lot for beeswaxing. Now you take a block, open up this thing, dab to get some beeswax upon your pencil brush. And I personally like to dab off the excess part of the beeswax, and then you just go with the direction of the wood, and then you can see the difference between a beeswaxed and a non-beeswaxed part. Look, I like the beeswax, and Janny does it too, the beeswax style, because it looks really old and worn, but it's actually just something pretty new that you're distressing. So continue until you get everything covered in beeswax, and then let it dry really well, because if you don't, then you get stains and everything, and you don't want that. You might be rough with the brush, no problem at all. There you have it, a beeswax, and this is a non-beeswax part. Check out the difference yourself. I'm going to beeswax the rest, and then I'll be back with you when everything is dry. There we are. I arranged everything a little bit, got the glue gun warmed up and an extra glue stick, because I'm going to glue these down like that. And just pick it up, dot of glue there, and carefully place it back, press, and then move over to the next one. And by this way, I'm going to repeat it for every block. This is it. It's now one big piece. If you're wondering why I didn't paint the back of those blocks, that's because otherwise the glue wouldn't stick to the surface. We've had that several times. Then you beeswax your complete DIY, even the back part or the part where you're going to glue. Meanwhile, I'm removing some spider webs. It's too greasy and it won't stick. So that's why I never beeswax the parts where I want to put glue. Good. I think we're ready for the next step. Next step is to add some greenery, and therefore I have these, they came from a bigger branch, palm leaves. Look, this is how they looked. At least they were priced, or on the price tag it was palm leaf, but I don't know if it was really like that, a typical palm leaf, if you know what I mean. I think I'm just, some more spider webs. I'm going to glue here and there some of those leaves throughout the blocks. Doesn't have to be that much, otherwise this gets really busy. And yeah, then you take, at least that's what I think, the beauty away from this DIY. So just some here and there, some leaves, and then glue that with the hot glue gun. Good, I have the hot glue gun here. First I'm going to glue these palm leaves, and then I have this more white parts of green that I think I'm going to combine with these. They come from a branch like this, but I'm just going to cut those small pieces. Good. The palm leaves are now attached. Time to put the other ones on, but I don't know if you can see it here upon the hand. I want to clip off the bottom part because otherwise it looks too much like plastic. Now we just cut it off with the scissors and it looks like this. Much better, and also, yeah, it looks more high-end. Now let me see, where do I want to place them? One here, just add some glue and put it wherever you want. And continue till you're satisfied with the results. Good, I think I'm there with the greenery. Time to give it a finish with this ribbon. I'm going to make a really nice bow. Let's go. I will first show you what you need. Crafting mats, I have 2 because I think I need more than one. Also, a saw, I use this figure saw. You will need wood glue, beeswax, or another stain or paint, whatever you want to have. And also we need Jenga blocks. Now, Jenny and I always buy these from the Action. They come in these packages, and I have no idea how many you need, but we'll see how it turns out. Oh yeah, and of course you also need brushes to apply your stain, your wax, or your paint, whatever you want. First things first, let's lay out the blocks in the shape that we want to have them. Okay, that's why I want to have 2 crafting mats. And let's grab our blocks. A few more in here. Okay, now let's move them a little bit aside. Because we're going to craft with them. I want to make trees, and then in the shape of with boxes in front, so you can put some greenery in there. Now first I would like to make the trees, and I have no idea how many blocks I will need for that. So I'm just going to build and think like, oh well, that's the amount of tree that we need. I'll try to use the guidelines here on my crafting mat to leave, well, let's say 2 of these blocks in between. And if we start off with 3 blocks on the bottom, how large or high do we need to build to give it a nice shape? You know what I mean? Just use 3 on every level, but of course we don't need 3 on every level, but it's just to estimate how much we will need. Well, this is 6. I think 6 looks fine to me. We start here and then move up over here. I think that will be great. If you're going to do it like this, then I think you will need this amount of blocks. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16 blocks for 1 tree. Yeah, I think we'll do that. And first we'll glue these joints here, and then we're going to saw because I want to draw my shape of the tree. And I will show you how I always glue. Just put my blocks up in the air on the parts that need to be glued, just like so. Then you grab your glue, open it up, and then it's just like icing the cake. Just place small dots of glue on those sticking ends, or those ends sticking up in the air. Just like that. And you leave the glue to dry for a couple of minutes, so don't directly put them together. That is my advice. That's how it works best for me, but I think that depends on your glue and on what type of craft you're making. You can also, if you want to, rub these ends together so the glue spreads evenly upon the wood, but that is just optional. I think it helps, but I'm not sure for my conscience it helps to, you know, avoid drippers, big dots of glue appearing when you press two parts together, appearing on the joint. Okay, I'm going to do the rest, leave it for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to put everything together. Okay, I think we're there. Let's line it up. I'll start on the bottom and then I'll work my way up to the top. And then you need to let this glue dry. Oops, I think it depends on the temperature of your room, the humidity, and how many, or yeah, how big the surface is that you need to glue. But I think I'll let this dry for about half an hour before I continue doing the rest. Okay, just like so. It does stick, but not, of course, as good as we want to have it. I think I'm going to make another one, so I'm moving this over to the side, and I use this part of the crafting mat to make another tree, and then I leave that to dry. Both parts are drying now. This is for the big one, this is for the small one. Yeah, I think I'll leave it this way. Let it dry. Now we're going to make boxes that we're gonna put in front of those trees because they also need quite a long drying time. So I'm going to carefully lay these aside and then use the other crafting mat to start with the boxes. Okay, as said, I have a small tree which is 2 blocks wide and a bigger tree that will be 3 blocks wide. How high do we need to go up in the air? I think just 2 blocks high. Yeah, I think so. And then maybe, yeah, I think we're going to do it like that. Or you can make a fence like so. Or maybe here is a better way of letting these things join. But we'll figure it out. I think I want to have it too high. You can always add some extra blocks. Okay, now let's build or set up how we want to build it. And I think I'm going to do it like this. So just 2 behind here. Yeah, this thing is standing upon something, so it wobbles a little bit. Or this thing isn't straight, also possible. Well, okay. That will be it, I think. What are we gonna do then to make those? Oh, almost forgot. Every block pack that Jen and I buy has one of these blocks with letters upon it. Do not let these things show up visibly in your DIY. So I'm going to place it here because, yeah, then here will be the background. Why is that? If you want to paint over it, you still see those letters through, even if you're using black paint. So yeah, well, that's not looking so fine, I think. Now, I'm a little bit curious if I want to have it higher. Will it be too massive? Yeah, I think it will be. Okay, enough talking. I'm going to move these aside. These 2. I'm going to build 4 packs of these and 4 packs of 3 blocks, just like so. And the gluing will do the same, just as we did with the tree. Just put them on their side, and then I'm starting to glue the top sections. Let that dry, might rub if you want to, then put them together. Here go the last pieces, just like that. And There. Now, if you have any glue that's still peeking through, I suggest using a finger to get rid of that. Like so. So the joints will be smoothed out. Now, we're going to let this dry. Don't forget to close the cap on your glue. And then we'll give them an hour, I think. Well, okay. These are together now. Now it's time to put these two together and the side parts as well. Just grab your glue, get everything into the right position. And we start gluing away. Suggest using a little bit more glue here than that we did on the loose blocks that will form the tree, because I think, and I say I think, that there is more tension here on these parts. Here. And the last two. There we go. Well, and I think that you know the drill. Let this dry for a couple of minutes, then put it together and also let it dry. This is it. I just use my finger to smoothen out any excess glue that might pop up. I think I'll leave it just like that for now until it's dry. Hey, I'm back. What I did is glue the two boxes together. These loose parts and these combined. Just made a small one and a big one. They're dry. And now it's time to make the tree. So the small box will be in front of the small tree and the big box will be here. And therefore I have to draw a tree. So you need a ruler, and I have a marker. I have a red one, so I really know where to saw. And I'm going to turn these over. This is the bad side, the glue side, the ugliest side. And I do that because you want to draw on the ugliest side, because that will be the back part of the DIY. So you're not going to see that in past I made a mistake. Oh, I'm going to draw lines on the good side. And then I realized, oh, and I have to use the bad side because you can still see any lines that you might have drawn. Okay, I'm going to arrange everything. I'll leave two blocks here in between. And then we can start drawing a line. Like this. And you also have to determine where is the center of the block. Which is, yeah, let's say... Am I doing it wrong? No. Which is about, about here. This line here is the center. Okay, now we can put this here, and I know I have to put my ruler here, and then go to the outer corner here, and also, you see, now you have a tree. Oops. You have to lay it down in the right position. Hopefully you can see it. Here you have a tree, which you can saw out. I'm not going to do the same, but then with the small blocks. So first determine where the center is, which is here. Like so. And then we're going to put everything in line again, leaving two blocks behind or in between. Just like this. As you can see, the small tree is now ready to be sawed out. I'm going to saw using my power saw, but you can also use, I'm going to use a figure saw, but you can also use a power saw, whatever you like. And that's why I love to have big, flashy color lines. You can precisely see where you need to cut. I'll be back when these are sawn out, And I think they have to be sanded, but we just see you can use sanding paper or a file to smoothen out these edges. Okay, here are other sold parts of the trees. This is one, and here we have the other one. Now, let me lay them down like that. And I have paint here and a brush. So I'm going to paint the trees white, then let them dry. I don't think it will take too long because this paint dries pretty quickly. And then we can move over to the next step. On the trees is dry, as you can see. They are now white, and what I want to do next is attach these things together. Now normally I would lay them down like that, but this block is way too small for that, so I'm going to turn them over, and then this is what you get. I'm going to do it like that, and I still need to grab some scrap wood for the other parts, because I think because of the sewing I still have some smaller blocks left. So time to attach the glue. Important that you're not gluing this but only this, otherwise you will see the glue peeping through on parts where you don't have it covered up. So there we go, the last one is all right. Yeah. Okay. I'm just doing everything. And I just, oops, put this a little bit more down. And place it in the center. And that is quite a hard thing to do, especially on the top block, because it's such a small thing here. I think this is it. I'm going to do the rest as well and find some smaller parts because this thing is too long for the bottom section. The glue is dry. I'm carefully going to turn these over. Oh, this is how they look. I'm going to paint everything white. Also this one, really like how cute and tiny this thing is. First I'm going to paint these in betweens, then I'm going to turn them over and paint the rest also white, because you can also see the sides from here. The trees, I laid them apart because they're going to dry. We also need to paint these two baskets, of course. Yeah, this is the right side. Here you see that printed thing. That's not what I want to see. So this will be the front. You're not can view inside of that piece of wood. These blocks are drying, and I also measured how many blocks I would need to make the bottom part of this thing. These I need for the big one, and these I need for the small one. So we're going to do the same thing again with the gluing. Just put them all on their side. Except for the first or the last one, whatever you prefer. And then we grab our glue again for the wood. And put them on all the side parts again. I bet you know the drill by now. couple of minutes, let it set in, and then you can put them together and let that dry. Also going to give these a paint job. Also the side parts, because you might see them. I'm not sure, but you might. And then we are going to glue them inside of the already painted boxes. And then we're almost ready to assemble the whole thing together. It's assembling time. And let me turn this one over, because what you're now looking at is the front side, and we're going to put the tree here in the back. And therefore, we're going to grab our wood glue again. I'm going to pour a lot of glue because it needs quite a good joint. I'm going to pour a lot of glue here on this side and on this side as well. I'm carefully going to rub in the tree to make sure that the glue goes everywhere alongside this part of the DIY. So back and forth. And there's now also a lot of glue here on this side. Yeah, you can't see because this is white, but believe me, there is a lot of glue. Okay, do the same thing here. Just rub a little bit, make sure that every corner gets enough glue. I think I'm going to leave it in here. Now outline and press your tree into the right position. Hopefully it will stand. You can see it a little bit better. Hopefully it will stand like this. Carefully going to let go. I think it does. But for some extra protection, I grab another box of wooden blocks and put it here. Oh, I have to move a little bit more forward. I'm going to put it on the back side so it won't tumble over. It still stays in place. I'm going to do the same for this one, but this one is less heavy. Okay. I think this one is okay, but for security I'll leave it up here. And now we're going to leave it to dry. I think an hour will be enough. It didn't stick in there. Okay, well, no problem then. Maybe our wood glue can help. A little bit more forward. Perfect. Now they have some extra security here at the back. And as I would say, just leave it about an hour to dry. And hopefully that'll...